Gil's eagerness is adorable. I will say that much. Oh, I forgot. We're done with that. Oh. Yeah. Couple of things to mention. First,
Happy Valentine's Day now.
Yes, it is. I know that for some people, like, today can be a bit of a rough day, but part of the reason that I wanted to go live is, one, to give people that, like, had nowhere to go or wanted a distraction, a place to get that distraction. It is just another day. It's not necessarily a big deal, in my opinion. I don't have a actual Valentine. I have been asked, and yes, if you ask me to be your Valentine, I will accept. I accept all invitations. And if you're thinking, hey, Nay, that's kind of weird. One, fuck you, I'm being nice. And two, what can I say? Monster girls can be whores. Yeah. Hi, Tala. Hi,
Good
sweetie.
morning.
You have to ask me. You have to actually ask me. Will I be your Valentine? Absolutely. Yes. Several people have asked me. I always say yes. That way there's no issues. So. What? It's true. I don't mind. I threw up on Valentine's Day. I'm glad for you, I guess. Yes, I will, of course. So, but I mostly wanted to do it, like, part of the reason I'm doing, like, a tarot stream is that, will I be your Valentine? Of course I will, Raven. Of course. Will I be your Valentine? Of course I will. I ask you to be my best friend. I already am, Tanu. Shut the fuck up. Mostly I'm doing tarot readings today. That if you want to do,
Thou hast
tier 3!
Nini love.
Oh! We have another tier 3 chat! We have so many of you! That's crazy! Will I be my first ever Valentine? Of course I will talk to you. I'll be your Valentine, honey. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the tier 3 subscription. That's crazy. Enjoy all the emotes. Don't forget. I would love a tarot reading. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. But, like, these cards were purchased by my community, I think, a year ago. So these cards are very near and dear to me. They're all black. They're beautiful. But the reason that I'm doing tarot readings, I know some people don't put, like, a lot of, like, stock into tarot readings, which is fine. You don't have to. That's not a requirement or anything. I do believe that they can offer clarity. And the more familiar I am with you, the better your reading can be. At least that's what I've noticed. So if you want to ask just for shits and giggles, that's completely fine. The only thing that I do ask is that you be respectful. You don't have to believe in it. You can think it's hokum. I don't care. But being like, oh God, this is completely fucking wrong, you dumb bitch. Let's not be assholes. Cool. I enjoy it. I think it's a fascinating thing to delve into. I think it can provide illumination. But, you know, it's hard to get very super specific answers. But some people have found it to be very spot on. So, yeah. Tarot's figured out, help you figure out what you've already figured out yourself. Yeah, that's true. For some people, they do. Would bring some comfort in the clarity. It's fun. Yes, that's basically the reason that I hope to do it, is that I hope for some people it gives them some information that to give you all an idea. Last year when I did my last reading in October, I was concerned how my debut would go, and it gave me a reading that basically textbook came true, quote unquote, you could say. I asked it how my future was gonna go, and it was say that I was making a very difficult decision, but it was one that was going to change me. I thought I was just gonna feel more comfortable, but I think it meant you all. It meant this. It meant what's happening now. It meant all of you. So yeah. Also, whenever I shuffled my cards this morning, I also got a really neat card because I always draw the top deck as a sort of personal indicator. So to give you all a neat little tidbit, the very first card that I drew after I shuffled it this morning was the Wheel of Fortune. And if you're thinking, oh, well, that's neat, Nay, what does that mean? Let me tell you. The Wheel of Fortune, you know how I tell you guys that, like, energy can't remain constant? The Wheel of Fortune is basically a card that says that for everything that happens in life, the world will keep on turning. All that is good will eventually become bad. All that is bad will eventually become good. It's basically a card that in the upright position is an indicative of potential destiny, good fortune. So, yeah. Yeah, I thought that was quite nice. I always draw the first one for myself after I shuffle, so very fun. But yeah, I will be showing you all. Typically, what I've done in the past is that I do a 1-card reading because that's for free. I offer that for free. But because you all got it through the donathon, I am doing if people would like, you can do a 3-card reading. So what that means is that you can ask me the past, present, and future of a problem, but you have to have a question. You can't just be like, oh, how's my day going? That's not going to answer anything. So if you're saying, like, say you had, or if you need a more like specific answer, you know, if you're saying I'm dealing with this situation, I'd like to know how it's going to progress, I can give you the past, present, and future of the problem. But if you're like, I would like to know something more specific, then you can just ask for 1 card, and then I'll tell you what it is, what it means, and there you go. And there is also a meaning if it's upright and if cards are reversed. So don't take reversals as being bad. They're more like warning signs typically, or they can be reminders of things you may have already experienced. They're not necessarily taken to be bad or indicator of, oh, there's bad luck in the future. That's not the point. I don't want people to get that at all. It's just indicative of like potential things maybe to look at, because I will give you the direct reading of the cards, and then I will give you my interpretation of what the cards mean. And you are welcome. That's why I'll tell you what they are. That way you're welcome to do your own research and come up with your own answer. So I will tell you what the cards are, and then my interpretation. Is that clear? So what I read from it may be something that you get different, which is completely okay. It's just my reading versus what you may find and what you may piece together on your own. That's completely okay. So, is that cool? Very clear? Most of you, I think a good number of you have been here for tarot readings before. So this is probably not that like big a deal. You're like, oh, I'm aware of this already now. I'm cowboying? What does that mean? Makes sense. Clear look at search history. Hi, Zara. Hi, sweetie. Hi, honey. I didn't see the stream start. That's okay. Also, hang on. Somebody did a highlight message. Let me scroll backwards on this. Your beauty moves like a gentle hum through the heart. Gentle, luminous, impossible to forget. I offer my warmest and deepest respect. Someone for the grace. You're very cute. That's very sweet. That's very adorable. You're cowboying. What does that mean exactly? What does it mean to be cowboying? So, in a minute, I will open up the queue. And unless you dignotate that you would like 3 cards, which they do take longer, and you can get them, but it may not give you all the clarity that you're looking for. If you just have like a very simple question that you need answered, I would suggest just getting a 1-card draw. You can ask for 3, but it may not give you all the information that you need. I'm gonna be playing quite a bit. No worries, honey, I understand. So that's just my offering. So
I am thou.
thank you for that. You guys are ridiculous. You guys are adorable. So yeah, like take it as if you're like, I'm trying to figure out if I should.
Varanid has gifted a tier 1 sub to Mr. Yunbeck and 07.
As an example, say you have a question, you're like, I need to know if I made the right choice or not. You can get a 3-card draw, but you're already gonna know the past and the present. So you may be benefited just from a 1-card draw, which will tell you if the decision was a good one or not. So how specific you want to be with your question, you can DM it to me, but I do need to know at least to a degree what the question is. You don't have to be super specific. You can be like, hey, I'm dealing with something. I'd like to know where it's going. That's fine. I just need to have some idea of like how to do it, because you guys aren't in front of me, but we can still answer the question pretty easy. So does that make sense? I don't want people to like be confused on this, but does that make sense? Make sense? Okay. All right, we're gonna turn the music down some today. Never done. Yeah, I figured most people were unfamiliar. That's why I was giving people like a precursor to that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Also, chat. I think most of you are in the Discord, so you should have seen it. But I now own the commercial rights to my items. Not the microphone. I didn't personally think I need that. But like the book, my fan, my tarot cards. I have that stuff. Woo! Woo! Exciting! Yeah, very cool. Very neat. Have all that stuff. So, and I will be holding these on stream tonight. So, very cool. I personally am very excited. So yeah. If you have any questions about like what that means and it didn't make sense in the announcement, you're welcome to like DM me. I'm happy to answer that question. Ask her. So, I'm happy to answer any questions that people may have in that regard. So, all right. We all good? Anybody okay? All right, Carmine. I think if we're good, can
I
minute.
get a tarot card reading?
Yes, you can. We're about to open the queue. It will be, Carmen told me how to do this. We're setting it up through the bot. So, there you go. Damn, that's crazy. Damn. Oh, there you go. Okay, apparently the bot is lied to me. Apparently you have to put in Q join. Okay, so that's annoying. The bot lied to me. It told me I could just have people type in join, and it lied. It lied to me. So I will have to redo my message, which sucks. Okay, well, it's a beta feature. I was gonna say that seems to be annoying. Hang on, let's see.
Good news, Nia. No work today and Monday. The plant we get our chicken from is having repairs done.
Hang on, put that back in there. Ah, hang on. All right, so there you go. Mods, you may also join in. There's no problem. There's no issues. You all can go as you like. So, feel free. Whatever you'd like. My cards are already shuffled in. I shuffled them this morning. Very exciting. Tempted to get a tarot reading. Freak me out because I'll be wondering and worrying about the future. Well, you can always get another one. If that's of any convenience to you, you can always get another one. You can always, like, if somebody is particularly nervous, you can always DM me. I'm happy to give you a one card as like an answer if you're like particularly worried about something. I try to do these at least like once a quarter. Because like I don't want people to be like, oh, I find them boring, or oh, these aren't quite my thing. So yeah. I've never had a proper reading. This seems to be the case for a lot of people, which makes me sad. I have these here, and I've answered quite a few questions for myself. I shuffled them myself, so. All right. Good. I believe it's Q join. Let's put it in together. Yeah, there you go. Q join.
I've never had a tarot card reading, so I'm excited for mine.
Okay, as a pre-warning, if for some reason you are confused by the answer, if you are confused or you're like, I don't know what to make of this, that could be one of two reasons, okay? Just to preemptively put this out there. It could be for one of two reasons. The better I know you, the more clear the answer is. So that probably could be one answer, is that I'm just not deeply familiar enough to give you a very specific reading. Or two, you weren't thinking about how you wanted the question answered. So, and yes, the way you think about it does affect the reading. So, if you're thinking, well, that doesn't make sense, now you're the one doing the reading, yes, but you have to think about the question when I'm doing the answer. I am simply the facilitator of the information.
So do we ask you a question before you do the reading?
Yes. Yes. You need to have your question ready. I would write it down. You're welcome to be as specific and as general. Some people have asked, how is the year going to go? Some people do that. Some people are like, I have a problem I'm dealing with. I would like some insight. That's fine too. But yeah. All right, let me figure out. Carmen told me how to work this stupid bot. All right, Carmen, how do I start this? How do I start this fucking thing? Tell me the bot and I don't see the answer. Just start the answer. Was it like next or something? Yeah, okay. Good. Fuck! Bot hates me! Your bot sucks, my brother! Your bot sucks. We're gonna have to like do like cube list. I bet that's what I'm gonna have to do, which is gonna be a pain in the little. Ugh. There we go. All right. Apparently that's how we're gonna have to do this. This bot sucks. All right, I already hate this bot, but it is the best that I have for the moment. So Yee. All right, Boyd, what is your question? This is a weird... Hey, it's not my fault, brother. It's new, okay? I didn't have anything else to do. Because in the past, I've used, like, command redeems. And that didn't really work out the way I hoped. Because I couldn't keep a list on it there. Cautiousness when it comes to trust. And stop having to watch everything before giving said trust. Okay. I never blamed you. Yeah, but I'm still mad. So.
Greetings.
Hello there. Hello, Hazel Wolfington. Hi,
Traveler.
CP.
From beyond the fog.
You have to trust the process. Okay, make sure you think about the question. Are you wanting 1, 2, or are you wanting 1 or 3? I'm used to the basic Q system. We don't have Q system. What's the problem? 1. Well, 1 will just give you a general overview. If you want me to answer it as a yes or no based on the card, I can do that as well. Tarot can do a lot of things. Surprise, surprise. Stream elements does suck. I have the 2 of Cups reversed. Okay. The 2 of Cups is something quite positive. It's usually one of the most auspicious cards in relationships, whether romantic, business, or otherwise. It suggests a partnership is to also be created with balance, respect, which can symbolize fire, passion that governs this particular relationship. However, in a reverse meaning, the 2 of Cups can mean that the balance that was once there is broken. This balance was integral for being part of individuals together, but it is also to break to create disconnection and discord. The negative energy of 2 forces is present, and instead of attracting, they seem to repel each other. You may find certain details that were not problems are now becoming into play, signalizing one party may have resentment. A line of communication that allowed you and previous parties to openly talk about disagreements has been cut off, only worsening the cycle of resentment and imbalance. If you may be the first person to open up, you may find it so much easier to repair the problems than you first thought it would be. Which is kind of what I told you. So, if you want me to answer this in my own interpretation, is that the card is saying that yes, things are at a disimbalance, but only you can begin to resolve that disimbalance. That it's an understanding and that you are naturally, unfortunately, repelling people due to the way that you place trust in others. So the only way you can begin to do that is by being the one to put the foot for it. You can't expect the universe to magically fix itself. You have to work towards doing it, which I know seems like a reverse because you're thinking I'm the one who's lost trust. Sure, but you're also the only one that's capable of fixing it. And as long as you don't continue to do anything, this force in your life will continue to push you against each other. You will continue to repel that which you hope to attract. That's sort of a natural circumstance. That if you want to build trust, you must demonstrate by showing it first. So it's not inevitable. Remember, those cards are not trying to tell you what is inevitable. It is simply pointing out what is already existing and providing a path of illumination potentially for the future. So yes, you know that you are doing this. You are aware that this is a problem and it is making for difficulties in your life. But you only get there if you actually start to push yourself forward. You have to do it. The music is loud. I don't know why people say that. It's not very loud for me. So, again, that was the 2 of Cups reversed. You are welcome to look it up for yourself. So. Sorry, honey. Sometimes the cards call us out. It sucks. I was gonna say, I don't think it was either. I will keep that in mind. If you'd like to have an idea of how to solve the problem, you can rejoin the queue after and maybe we can see about giving you some illumination to figure out maybe where it was in, as cards do. They can, yeah. For some people, they're like, wow, that's mean. And I'm like, okay, that's the point sometimes. Not meant to be nice. But yes, the nicest way I can put it is shit happens. All right, next person, Carmine. Since you're doing it on your end. Who's up next? All right, Zilla, are you around, sweetheart? Are you around, sweetie? Oh, makes me laugh. You have your question? He not. Bots like, nah, fuck this shit. Okay, what's your question? I know of you and a friend planning to move to a new place. I want to know if he would adjust to our new home well. That's fascinating. All right. Hi all. Hi, honey. Hi, sweet bear. Sorry, I have to shuffle it each time I do it. So in case you're like, man, this takes a while. Yes, I know, that's the point. Okay, we have the Queen of Swords reversed. Okay. The Queen of Swords gives us a gift of judgment for everyday decisions and having the flexibility to take in knowledge from others. The Queen of Swords reversed, meaning that you may be thinking too much with your heart and are becoming too emotionally involved in the current situation. You have to start thinking more objectively because your emotions could lead you astray. Take the time to look at the situation using facts and use your head to create a clear picture of what's going on. Only then can you decide what your next move should be. When reversed, it can be bitter, cold-hearted, or resentful. You may have to isolate yourself for a number of reasons, thinking that the outside world could be taking it the wrong way. You may have some explaining to do, especially if you expect your relationships to be stressed by solitude or desire. So, the way that I would be taking this is that the card can mean financial confusion, excessive negativity, poor communication. So I would take it as that if you're worried that you're going to be doing it, I think as long as you and your whoever you're moving in with, you know, manage to be considerate of each other, you know, because sometimes whenever you're moving in with certain people, that can make a new disruption. You're all trying to build new habits, build new routines and stuff like that. I think as long as you're aware of the fact that like certain people in certain new situations can make new stressors, because the new place, you're trying to figure out how to live together. I don't know if you've lived with this person before. I can't tell you that, but I'm just telling you from situations that I'm aware of, that if you move in with new people, it can make for new stressors because you're trying to do it. So I would just be mindful of trying to communicate in excess and knowing that, you know, you're both trying to get used to doing this. You've probably never lived in this particular place before. Maybe you've never lived with them before. So I would just say it as, you know, as long as you're mindful of the fact that poor communication can arise, and as long as you're wary for that, you probably won't run into issues. But it is telling you that if you don't do that, you will make issues, which is pretty common because, you know, it's your roommate. They're not necessarily your partner or whatever. They are someone wanting to live with you. You both need to be considerate of each other and try to figure out how to live together. Because that's how poor roommates start, is that one person does things unilaterally. You don't communicate well. So that would be, yeah, you don't know how people live and act. They may have their own habits, their own ways of doing things for comfort. So as long as you both are mindful of each other, I don't think you're gonna run into this, but it is warning you of a pretty common thing that I would say can easily happen. Yeah, for 15 years, never shared a place before. Yeah, exactly. You can be friends, but you don't know how people live. You don't know their habits. You don't know the way they take comfort. You don't know the way they take a shower. You don't know how they are with laundry or keeping up with bills and stuff. So as long as you're both, you know, talking about those things and not just saying, oh, it'll figure itself out, you should be fine. But it is warning you that if you don't, the inevitable things that you hear about with bad roommates can happen. Not saying that your friend is a bad roommate, but sometimes unless you both are considerate of each other, that can become a bad roommate. So that's the way that I would take that. Because you may be trusting that they're your friend, but you know, at the same time, you need to be mindful of the fact that, you know, even though they're your friend, you both are trying to make sure you live together. You both are relying on each other to live together, so you have different expectations. All right. Yeah, exactly. I lived with my, you guys know I lived with my bad roommate. Worst experience of my life. Genuinely the worst experience of my life. I would rather stick my foot in acid than ever room with her again. Genuinely. Just pass and a half. You're welcome. If you have any other questions, like I said, you're welcome to DM me. I answer people in my DMs all the time. Why? What did she do that was so bad? Well, it was her and her husband, and when her husband cheated on her, she finally ended up moving him out, and then she had a new relationship that she'd only known for about 2 months, and moved him in. I was unfamiliar with this male, and basically they treated it as though it was their honeymoon house, and I was in the way. Anytime that I would go around, if I went downstairs, they would stop talking and stare at me until I left. It felt like I was living with my parents again. She was just like, you know, she wasn't really the greatest of friend before then, because she was like, I want to focus on my relationship, you're in my way, that kind of stuff. So it was pretty bad. Literally, she was like, well, you know, if you aren't gonna be my friend, she was like, I want to move him in, it'll be okay, we're only gonna be here for another 6 months, just get over it. And I was like, I don't know him. And she's like, you could try. And I was like, you guys don't talk when I'm around. You both look at me like I'm the problem. Why am I supposed to go out of my way to be friends with him when you guys can't even seem to tolerate me being around? Yep. Yep. That's another one. She left me with her dog once when they went on a vacation. She didn't tell me. She was just like, oh yeah, I thought you'd handle it. And I was just like, what the fuck? So I couldn't leave because her dog was someone that was known to tear up stuff. So it was a very bad situation. You remember the July 4th story where she woke me up with her vigorous, loud bed creaking sex at 2 in the morning on July 4th? Yeah, that was her. Just couldn't be bothered. She was just like, well, I'm gonna have sex. You need to get over it. Keep in mind, she'd known the dude for like 3 days and brought him in, woke me up with, and when I told her, she was like, technically she stole the dog from her ex-husband. The dog was a gift to her ex-husband from his dad. And she kept the dog when they divorced. She just said, well, I'm gonna keep him, fuck you. So she was not a very nice person. So, yeah. Yeah. Woo! Ungodly level of considerate. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part, yeah. At least they weren't doing it to see that. She's a good dog. Yeah. Yeah, the sad thing is that her dad, like his dad was like, are you gonna get the dog back? And he's like, oh, I'm not fighting her. So she's not a very nice person. I remember occasions with you just in her scream moaning in the background. Yeah. As you can see, I knew Tawny back then. It was pretty bad. Taking the Nan's dog, yeah. Yep. They also wanted to breed the dog, and so she ended up getting him like neutered anyway, because he was a purebred Scottish Terrier. Had his papers and everything, and she was like, well, I don't want him fucking anybody. Because she ended up losing him once when he dug out the back fence and like ended up disappearing for like a week and a half because she didn't want to, like, they didn't really take care of the dog. They weren't really the most, you know, thoughtful owners. It was pretty bad. So she had a lot of problems. I got a dog today. Aw, very cute. Anyone that's joining, if you would like a tarot reading, feel free to join the queue. All right, Carmine, who's third? Yeah, I talked about her before. I'm not necessarily shy about it. All right, Nick, do you have your question? Woo, congrats. Yep, what's it gonna be? Carmine, you keep trying to get to work. It's Navarre. Terrible pet owners. Yeah. was not the most considerate owner. I can, unfortunately. That guy always gets behind me. Jeez. Only if we want to, if it's good therapy. Oh, it's great therapy, personally. Bad owners should be neutered or put. She was not the best owner to that dog, but neither one of them particularly were, if you want me to be honest. So, yeah. Not her or her husband were particularly good owners. Like, her dog liked to chase cats, and I had a cat, and yeah, I ended up having to give it back to my ex because her dog would chase it, and she'd be like, "Oh, isn't he so cute?" That's just like, you're not training him. Would the future be a good year for you? Sure. Yeah, because she locked it in a particular, like, she wouldn't let me like bring it out because she wouldn't put her dog away, and her dog would chase my cat, so I had to put him away. I had to give him back to my ex because, like, he would not stop chasing. He was a Scottish Terrier, and she was like, "Oh, he's just doing what he does." Like, control your dog, my God. So yeah, it was not my favorite situation to be in. Hi, Tawny. Hi, honey. Well, I want to be nice. There's no reason I shouldn't be nice to people. Oh, we got the 9 of Wands upright. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. The 9 of Wands is a card that shows a mix of challenges, hope, and triumph. The 9 of Wands symbolizes great hope even when one is faced by many problems that will threaten to make them lose their balance. The 9 of Wands symbolizes one's life, which has undergone many trials, but through their determination and will, they were able to overcome them. These battles are symbolized by the 8 of Wands. However, there's one more trial the person may face. This can be a major trial or a challenge that they are supposed to overcome to help them reach their goals or be successful in their overall quest. This card is a sign of hope and encourage that you should face everything that you have so that you may attain success. The 9 of Wands can also be a person who's been betrayed and has become mistrustful toward others. It can also be a sign that something has happened to them a number of times, and at first glance, things may seem hopeless. There is hope and there is courage there, and the belief that the outlook is about to change. Someone or something may come into their life that will change their whole view of their past struggles. It takes courage to make one riskier move, but you could be surprised. So, yeah. Apparently, this card is like, it could be indicative of either the next couple of months or the next year as a whole. Kind of depends. It's possible that you've dealt with some things last year that were definitely weighing on you, but this is a card of hope. So, yeah. As a basic meaning, the card stands for grit, resilience, perseverance, and potential fatigue. So, yeah. This is a card that basically says that this is about overcoming whatever battles. They may have been battles from last year. They may have been battles that have happened over the course of your life. But this is definitely a card that signifies, you know, a dawning, as you could say. So this year may definitely end up yielding some good things for you as long as you don't shy away from the potential, like, hurdles in front of you. It can be very difficult sometimes whenever we see hurdles, especially when we're tired and we just want our lives to get better. But as long as you face that head on, you can overcome them. The determination and sheer force of you can overcome things. Which I think is a good indicator of life in general. You know, we tend to see our problems as sometimes being ever-encompassing. But, you know, as long as you're able to overcome it, this card is definitely saying you will come out on top. If it's worth anything, the card itself is a picture of 9 tall trees with a wolf in the middle. So I have a feeling that the wolf is indicative of you specifically. You are the thing overcoming these trials. So, does that help you at all? Hi, Strikester. Hi, Sweepy. That. Thank you. You're welcome. If you'd like anything more specific, like I said, you can DM me. I'm happy to answer people. I try to do these pretty often, so if you want to ask that question again, you're totally welcome to. Hi, Queso. Hi, honey. How are you? So yeah, I don't know how your last year went, but at the very least, you've got a pretty positive sign for what's to come. Yeah, so you got quite a good one. Again, you had the 9 of Wands upright, if you'd like to go look into it for yourself. Hi, sweetheart. I'm doing fine. We're doing tarot readings. Sorry. Who's the next person, Carmine? Psychologist. Hi, honey. Do you have your question ready? Hello, my darling. Do you have your question, and do you know how many cards you'd like? You can have 1 or 3 today. It's completely up to you guys. Hi, darling. How are you? Do you have your question ready? Hi, Matthias. Hi, honey. How are you? It's Q join. There's 2 words in there. It's hard to tell, but yeah. Hi, honey. How are you? Did I miss anything? One, I wanted to figure out if I should leave my job, even if I don't have much security in this new job. I should start leaving my job, even if I don't have much security. Sure. Do you want me to read it as a direct yes or no? I can also do that as well. I can give you both. Some cards you can read as a direct yes or no. And then I can give you the more, had pizza, watch the state of play. Anything you're excited for? Both? Sure, of course. Ooh. You have the 7 of Wands. Hannah and God. Yes, exactly. I know, right? Seems like a lot of people want the same things. Okay. And you have it upright. Okay. When read as a direct yes or no question, the 7 of Wands indicates a very positive yes. It can be a sign of exercising bravery. It can mean when you want something, staying assertive, stand up for yourself, achieve more or extraordinary things. Be confident in expressing your desire. So, be brave in your pursuit. So, but red is a more is more of the thing. The 7 of Wands has a similar meaning to the 5 of Wands. Both indicate struggles in the initial fulfillment and satisfaction of an event. The 7 of Wands, however, is different in that the struggle is that you need to go through to maintain your position or rather than attain it. This is about the difficulties we continue to face to have success. You should be ready for a competition to defend your title, to prove yourself. Others are going to be desiring the same results that you do. The challenge will be the success of your project or venue from an outside source. You must remain dedicated to your desires. With a clear purpose and effort, you will overcome them. The meaning is to hold your ground no matter what is challenging your position. You will need to defend this position and take a stand against those who are taking your spot. There are setbacks during this time, but you will need to keep fighting for your beliefs and confront those who may threaten or oppose you and your beliefs. Yes, in general, as a career, it signifies challenges and perseverance. When it appears here, these apply to your work life. It may sound frightening, but this card doesn't need to be negative. It can mean that you're capable of solving, perhaps working through whatever issue you're about to face. Others may be attacking you. They may be envious of your position. If you embrace your inner confidence and proceed without fear, you are likely and absolutely certain to attend what you have. If you take strength in yourself and your belief, anything is possible. So, I don't know if I can read that any better than the thing read directly. So, yeah. As long as you stick to what you're hoping to do, you know? The card's overall meanings as like an actual, just to give you that as well. Because like every card has like words associated to it.
Void_Maestra gifted a tier 1 sub to Bookworm Knight. They have given 23 gift subs in the channel.
If they this could be a firmly held belief conviction that you are only willing to give up on. Simply sticking to your guns and your beliefs will help you attain what you desire. So if you want to have a better life, dear, yeah. The card is saying that it's pretty good, you know? You know, standing up for yourself, defending yourself, sticking with what you're persevere for. So I'm just gonna relax and listen to mommy's voice. Sure, honey, that's fine. And enjoy your emotes. So there you go, dear. Some of y'all are getting some pretty spot-on answers today. So keep that in mind when I speak to my boss. Yes, stand by yourself, honey. Protect yourself. Know that you are the greatest thing. There may be people that stand in your path, but sticking to yourself and doing the best that you can by yourself will guarantee a change in your future. Yes, the overall meaning of the Seven of Wands is to hold your ground no matter who or what is challenging your position. You will need to defend it and take a stance against those who are aiming to displace you. There may be setbacks during this time, but you need to continue fighting for your beliefs and confront those who threaten or oppose you and your beliefs. So, hey. Oh, yeah, today's a good day. I'm glad I did what I did. Very cool. I wish you so much luck, dear. If anything happens and you would like to give you another reading later, I'm absolutely fine to do so, okay? Hi, Turtle Dove. Hi, CP. All right, who is next? I like today. I like the way today's going. All right, Leviathan, do you have your questions, sweetheart? Yes? Okay, what is your question? You also can DM it to me if you're more concerned about being super specific. Aren't there? I think these are fun. I personally find a lot in them. I know some people are like a bit dicey. I find them quite fascinating. The kind of things that people can get out of them. I'm looking to get into dating. I'm nervous. Take 2 cards. You can do 3. I've never done 2, dear. Where do we post the questions? You'll tell me whenever it's your turn. So we could do 1 or 3. 1 is either a general or 3 is past, present, and future. So you would like specifically a love reading. I'm gonna get back. Nervous. Awesome. Okay. All right. I know, I find tarot interesting as well. The kind of things people get out of it is really neat. At least I think it's neat. It's always funny to me when people are like, wow, what the fuck? And I'm just like, oh. Hits pretty hard. Yeah. Love them. Super fascinating how on the nose they are. Hi, Jonathan. Hello there. Hello, people on the Red Up. Hi. Okay, 1 card fell out of the deck when I was shuffling. Usually that's a sign. That is the 3 of Wands. Upright. For your past. Ooh. We have the 7 of Swords for your present, also upright. And then we have the, what I believe is the Queen of Wands. I will double check that on the card. For the future, and that is reversed. I'm gonna check it just to make sure. Okay, yes, Queen of Wands reversed. All right. So, interesting. You have 2 wand suits and you have 1 sword. So, your past is the 3 of Wands. I'm going to read you what the card means as a general, and then I'm going to tell you what it means in a love sense. Okay? The 3 of Wands is a card that seems to reflect on both the commitment you have for your plans as well as the method of execution to bring them forth into reality. And with 3 of Wands, it seems your love life is heading into the next phase. Should you find yourself in a new relationship, it looks like you're gonna have to make a strong foundation for lasting commitment. If you're in a committed relationship, this is a great moment to set your goals as a couple. Make sure to work together to achieve them. Have a conversation of what it means to move in together, or if you're single, new places can spark the love that you're looking for. This is your past. Well, that's pretty obvious. You're looking to go dating, so that's pretty spot on. The 7 of Swords upright is your present. A lot of times to help me shadow work is always calling. Yes, that's the thing, is it can, sometimes the cards do not want to be ignored. They're like, hey, let me help you. Ring, 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 ring. Okay. The 7 of Swords in general can be about betrayal and deception. When you get this card, it can imply that someone or someone else in your life has been getting in the way of something. Considering that you did say that you were worried about something getting in your way. That's the way you asked it, remember? Yeah. I want something that will, I'm nervous, but something will last a long time. Okay. So it's potential that says lies and tricks may be abound with the 7 of Swords in a love tarot reading. It may be important right now for you to remain cautious, especially if you're in the process of meeting someone new. You or someone in your romantic life might be dishonest, and in the worst possible cases, sometimes even unfaithful. If your instincts have been telling you that you've been lied to, you may need to confront this and have an honest discussion. If it has been you that has been dishonest, consider the long-term consequences of your actions. Even the kindest lie to spare someone's feelings can grow into problems, and that means that the root cause should be addressed. If you're single, you may need to evaluate whether you've been too suspicious or untrusting of potential lovers, or perhaps even on the other hand, been leading them on or being mistrustful for who you are as a person. So, one of the few upright cards that has a negative meaning. So it's possible that in your nervousness, you've been giving off people the wrong vibe about yourself. So far I'm reading this as though you are open, but there might be something about you that's giving people the wrong vibe about who you are, whether intentionally or unintentionally. And you may need to figure out where that's coming from, maybe from your nerves or something else. And for the future, we have the 7 of Swords reversed, the Queen of Swords. Yes, Queen. Okay. Queen of Swords reverse meaning that you're thinking too much with your heart and you may be emotionally involved in the situation. Okay, we've had this card. Yeah. Queen of Swords is someone who is bitter, manipulative, overly critical,
Hi,
and perhaps
chat.
downright.
Long time no see. Happy Valentine's Day.
Hi, honey.
How is everyone doing?
Hello, hello. This person can represent you or your partner in this particular time, or alternatively someone outside of your relationship attempting to interfere. Sometimes this person's nastiness can be a result of trauma, and this person can be demonstrating traits. It can also be a result of unresolved trauma coming to the surface. If you are single, there's a chance that you have gone through a breakup, one that has left you vengeful and potentially unforgiving. These beliefs can be toxic. Learn to use your experiences to overcome them instead of being consumed by them. I don't know if that's particularly spot on or not. Only you can answer that. But the way I'm reading this is that there is potentially something that's made you nervous about dating and made you nervous about what the future is, and that particular thing may be affecting your relationships. I can't say how true that is or not, but that's what the cards are currently saying. So Yeah, the Queen of Swords usually up reverse usually means trauma, so you may have had some kind of issues. Again, I don't know if this is true or not, and if you're thinking that this is wrong, I can give you another one later. But you can take this as literally as possible. It doesn't necessarily have to mean like a negative thing or that you've been a bad person. It could just mean that there's something that usually potentially self-motivated that may be getting in your way when it comes to love is on spot. Okay, well, I didn't want to like make any presumptions, so I was just reading it in your way that basically, unfortunately, it's reading that although you are open to relationships, because that's where your card is, your past card is, the Three of Wands, that you have also unfortunately gotten in your own way when it comes to future relationships, either based on traumas or the way you've been potentially treated, and that's rubbing off and kind of barring you from potentially accessing the kind of relationship that you're looking for. That doesn't necessarily have to mean that you've had bad relationships. It could just mean that you've had issues with whatever your particular type of partner is. You know, like some people in this chat have mentioned that they've had bad relationships with men or women or otherwise, and it's kind of given them concerns about how best to proceed with the future. So that's the way that I would interpret it, is though although you're open, you may have some things that you need to like resolve like on the inside to get over and potentially get to where you want to be with your relationships. Like when it comes to love, at least. So it may, you know, some relationships, there could be something familial that got in the way and potentially affected the way that you see relationships, either your parents or something. That's for you to decide. That's for you to make terms with. I don't want to get too into it and feel like you need to explain yourself in front of everybody. But yeah, if you want more information later, honey, I'm happy to give you another drawing. But it seems like it helped you, so I apologize if that hit a little too close to home. Sometimes that happens. Hi, Lord. Hi, honey. I would love to get more information later. Sure, of course. If you want to give me a more specific tailored question, give me some insight, as vague as you want to be, I can give you a more specific rating about how to potentially conquer this issue. Hi, Void Wave. Hi, honey. How are you? Who is up next? No, this is like people like, wow, let's put on. Whoopsie. How bad. Void, you know the card issue that you and I were like dealing with the other day? You can use the design now, so it's good if you want to. I don't know if it's too late, but yeah, it's good. You can. I got the rights, so we can fix that now. My bad. All right. You have your question, tell us, sweetie. Spiritual connections. Sorry, not sorry, new Void. What is your question, dearest? We were like new Void, old Void. Oof. Sorry, my bad. How can I help you, honey? What's your question? I'm so sorry, people are gonna call out today. Bad. Void 1, not Void 2. How do you redeem it? You just type in exclamation point Q space join. Hi, Millennium Mage. Hi, sweetie.
Traveler,
make the voids fight to be original. Hi, Burb. I love you, honey. How are you? Hi, sweetness. And do you have your question, Tala? There's so much going on. Hello, people. Hello that are coming in. You redeem if you want it. My partner and I are moving from a situation that's been toxic for our mental health. Will this move bring us peace that we are looking for? One card. Sure. Do you want me to read it as a yes or no? And then do you want me to give it? Or do you want me to just give you one or the other? I like your laugh. Hi. It's adorable. I like helping people whenever they have like things about their mental health. It's good to preserve your mental health. It's a good thing. Yes or no and explanation. Sure, yeah, if you want that. Because some cards can be yes or no, and then I can give you the explanation behind what the card means. So, yeah. Of course. If the strongest void eats the weaker void, it's only ridiculous. Oh, there's something else entirely. Ignore them, Void, wherever you want to. They're being something else today. Ooh, you have the Six of Cups upright, dearest. Six of Cards is a definite yes card, but it is guiding us to remember that something equally important in our past that will help us make the most of a situation or opportunity that we are saying yes to. It manifests a feeling of nostalgia and innocence. It can mean that you're suddenly retaining back and becoming, you're encouraged to let go of the things that are holding you back. Take this card as a sign to follow your passions like a child. So if you are potentially doing something, it may help you get back to a place of being more happy with things that are going on. But let me give you a more specific reading. The Six of Cups generally means generosity, naive happiness, and childhood. It can stand for you wanting to return to a happier time, whether it's when you were a child, a teenager, or a young adult. Many times these memories are things of the past, which allow us to reflect on the aspects of ourselves that may have vanished. That is true. Sometimes in relationships, parts of you can kind of, you know, end up being taken over and disappear into the tumultuousness. You may feel remembering these times is the only way to feel happy. Reading it as an indicate a way to reflect upon the past with a happy eye, but we must avoid living. It can also mean that you're returning to a familiar place. It can be a hometown, an old friend's home, a school, any place that has lots of meaning. You are seeking to reconnect with people from your past, bringing back memories of childhood, a time when things are simpler. Let's see. You are looking to find the answer to the crisis or challenge you are facing now. Yeah, it says this card can suggest that you've suffered a loss or a disappointment of sorts, and you are making a journey home. You are seeking the comfort and warmth who have unconditionally loved you, gathering strength to face the trials in front of you. I'm not sure where you're moving here, but is this a place, if you don't mind me asking, that is, like, are you moving back to some place that you've been to before that you had happier times in? Or is that potentially wrong? What is it? We're just like bullying you?
Hello,
You're fine,
Nat,
boy.
and chat. Happy Valentine Day.
Hi, honey. Oh, is that correct at all? Are you returning someplace that's to the same area as two of us? We've been happiest. Okay, well that may be it. Is that you're returning to, yeah, moving in the same area, but it's just two of us? Were you previously living with some people? So it's possible that you moving together is where you're going to be doing it because you've potentially been happier not being around people. So it could be that you're breaking away from people that have given you issues in the past, and that making this move with your partner is the best thing for you. Yes, and they've been stressful. Yeah. So you're moving back to where you have been, back to something that has given you peace. So that's the familiar place, is going back to just doing the two of you. So that is, you're seeking the comfort and warmth of people that unconditionally love you. So yeah, that seems to be what you're doing, is you're moving back to where things have been more stable. You're returning so that you can overcome the challenge of having your mental health impacted the way that it is. So yeah, I would put that in there, dear. Is that apparently this move is going to be very good for you guys. We're sort of return to form, you could call it. You know, going back to things that, you know, where you've had peace and that had comfort. Well, then that's glorious. That's what I hope for, dear. Also, Void, to what you're saying, dear, I understand if you don't like it, but I would probably say, Void, you probably should have spoken up a while ago. If you don't like it, you should have mentioned that. Because when you tolerate it and you join in, that's usually indicative of saying that you're allowing it, or that you're at least comfortable with it. So you do need to be careful about giving mixed messages, Void. If you don't like it, you need to tell people at the first instance, I don't like this. By buying into it and enabling it and not shutting it down, you can give people the mixed message that you're comfortable with it. So I'm not trying to call anybody out here. I'm just saying that, you know, the way that you conduct yourself is somewhat, you know, you take some responsibility, to put it nicely. Like, yeah, that's why I don't let people treat me the way that they want to, because I know that I have let people do that. So that's why I tend to pipe up at the first instance. I'm like, no, we're not gonna do that, and then I move on. So I'm glad they gave you some answers, dear. People are getting what they need today. Hell yeah, brother. But I don't want to. Then you have to figure out a way to, like, you know. Then you have to figure out a way to figure it out, dear. You have to tolerate. You have to say when things go too far. When there's too many people on you, say, hey, I'm okay with the joke, but there's a bunch going on. Too many people are joining in. Figure out a way to, you know, phrase it, dear. Because, you know, giving mixed messages doesn't really help you and it doesn't help them. It makes them feel they have to step over you. But if you're also not comfortable with it, you need to let people know that. If you're saying, well, I don't like it all the time, then you need to speak that up. You need to say, hey, I need a break from this kind of treatment, you know? So, just kind of putting it that way. You're fine down. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying his feelings aren't valid. I do that all the time. I'm just saying that, you know, you've got to figure out a way to communicate it. Because if you leave things in limbo, you feel pressured and other people are going to feel like they've done something to you that they weren't aware of either. In the same way that you're saying consent is sexy, they would also like to know so that they're not putting you in a position of something. Because that kind of ends up becoming everybody's burden. So, you need to figure out a way to articulate how you feel. Even if it's, you know, a difficult thing. That's the point, is that communication isn't the easiest thing. But yeah. Yes, exactly. But what I mean is that, like, I had a mod once to like tell a story, is that I had a mod that wanted to poke fun at other people. Sorry for letting it get to me. No, that's fine. I'm just saying I had a mod that was like that. He wanted to poke fun at people, but he didn't want people to poke fun at him. And I was very clear in that I was like, that's not how this server is. If you don't want people to poke fun at you, then you can't poke fun at them. So that's what I'm saying, is that, like, if you don't want people to poke fun at you, Void, that's totally fine. That's totally valid. But in turn, you cannot then do that to other people. And if you're saying there's too many, then just say, hey, I'm okay with this, but I think there's a number of people. Can we back off a little? There's always a gray area. You don't have to say, it's not an all or nothing situation. It's just, you know, say, you know, hey, I'm okay again. I'm okay with the jokes resuming. Otherwise, people will avoid you and you're going to feel left out. Because this is, unfortunately, a server of people that like to make jokes about other people. But you're okay to step out of it. But in turn, you need to also know that you shouldn't partake either. Because I've seen people do that, where it's like, oh, I don't mind people. I'll be cool with making jokes at the people, but I want them to joke at me. I don't allow that here. Either you're all in or you're all out. So you can also say, hey, I need a break. It's perfectly fine to say. But again, same rules apply. If you're taking a break, you cannot also then joke at other people's expense. Because that is how actual bullying starts. Which is a little bit more common than people like to think. They're like, oh, well, I'm just making a joke at Eric's expense. You know those people that are like, oh, I'm brutally honest? You know what I mean? But it's like whenever you give them brutal honesty, they're like, oh my God, you're a bitch. It's like, I thought we were just being brutally honest. I hate that shit. I'm like, brother, either take what you put out or don't. And I hate that. I hate that shit. I thought I had to let it slide because it's the norm. No. I've never presented that idea, dear. I'm gonna be honest, it's never an idea I've presented. That's just one you may have gotten. But I tell people that all the time on this channel. If you don't like it, speak up. But you have to also then know that you're not allowed to partake. So that's for fairness. I've talked about this, dear. Besides, how you all handle each other's relationships that's for you all to define. If you're saying to one person, I won't joke about you, but in turn, please don't joke about me. That's something you all are adults. You can figure that out at a personal level. You don't need people to run interference constantly. I assume you all are adults and you all can communicate. I'm aware that it's difficult to do, but I do expect people to do the communicating before they ask for interference. All right, who is next up in the queue? Sorry for the brief intermission. Didn't know for me. I like shit talking, but hearing it every turn I take or everything I offer has gotten me a bit these past couple of days. Doggos are fed. Well, what do you mean by everything that you're doing nowadays? Is it possible that you're overthinking some things? Because I know that you're telling me that I've done it, but I think you're misunderstanding whenever I call something bait. I'm not calling you bait. I'm calling the sentence bait. Like when you're like, oh, let us treat you. And I'm like, nah, that's bait. I'm not taking that. Because if I start it once, it's going to happen every time. No. So I think you may be misunderstanding if you're making a jab at me here. I'm telling you brutally honest that you're misunderstanding me. And instead of asking, you're internalizing it. I can't speak to everybody else, but I know that you've told me that you don't like the way that I call it bait. And I'm like, I call it what you're saying bait, not you bait. Hi, honey. Hi, Charizard. Hi, Shorky. Hi, Sweepy. The next person ready? Who's next up, Carmine? And before someone here isn't an adult but a 500-year-old breathing fire dragon with daddy issues, shut the fuck up, and shut up. Hey, do you have your question, Sweepy? One card. I've been struggling with my career, both professional and creative. What next step can I take to help me move forward in my career path? Are you stuck between two choices? Or are you leaning towards one? Because that's unfortunately a little bit of a vague question. It can't necessarily tell you what to do, but it can tell you if you're choosing one option over the other, which would be the better idea. You didn't derail anything, honey. I'm allowed to derail my own stream as much as I want. Hi, hello Anomaly. Hi, Sweetie. In the forest and no. Shut the fuck up. Something all ridiculous. You know how this channel is. I mean, people for some reason seem to get confused. This channel is always going to stop and address things. It's just I think that people tend to, you know, think that I'm just going to like smile and nod along. Yes, I'm just saying that, you know, there's nothing wrong. I've been leaning more to the creative side. Sure. Yeah, you're not derailing anything, Void, but you know, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna go. Everybody's allowed to say what they're gonna say here, dear. But I'm just telling you that if you don't like something, you have to speak up for yourself. I haven't seen all the artwork on these cards, except at a glance. With some of them I keep pausing at and being like, well, that's pretty. All right. Okay, on to one card. Oh, we have the 9 of Pentacles upside down. Shut the fuck up, hands. I swear to God. I'm going to literally backhand you with my pimp hand. Personally, it's hard to allow myself to feel these feelings. I get that, but I think that like before I get to your thing, just because I'm just gonna be honest, I understand, but I think the difficulty thing is that although we do encourage people to speak their mind here, you do have to understand that it's not an all or nothing thing. And I think that sometimes people can get the idea here. Like you can say that, oh, I'd like this, but people are still allowed to decide to a degree how much they're willing to, like if someone's like, okay, I get that, but that's not good for me. That's fair as well. It's difficult to sort of make sure that everybody's feelings are being considered. Because the problem is that when people express what they want, they think that, you know, not you, I'm just talking in general, that whenever somebody's like, oh, I'm not comfortable with this, that doesn't immediately mean that they're going to get everything they hope for. And I think that sometimes, like, especially when people tell me something, I'm like, well, that's fine. I get that, but I'm not going to. And people are like, well, that's mean. No, I'm putting up my own boundaries. So I think that's the important thing to do, is to recognize that although these are new feelings for you and it's difficult, it's a good thing to speak your feelings and to have them out there, but just know that they're not like immediate things that people have to sort of adhere to, which becomes the difficulty sometimes. Is that you can say, I don't like it, but you also have to understand that there could be downsides to that. So saying like, oh, I don't want people to make that joke at me. Okay, well then they in turn won't joke with you. And if you're like, that's not what I want, unfortunately, it's not entirely up to you. Sometimes you have to measure what things are worth and talk it out. So, and sometimes you're gonna have to talk it out again, and sometimes you're gonna have to talk it out multiple times. Sometimes you have to like have numerous reoccurring issues, like talks on the same thing. That's what communication is. It's not a one size, one moment fits all kind of thing. You gotta kind of come back to it, and sometimes boundaries shift. Sometimes people's expectations shift. But yeah, because unfortunately with this kind of new climate that we're in, especially lately online, everybody's like, well, I spoke my feelings, you need to give in to me. No. I'm good at saying no. So, because I've had mods like that before that were like, oh, you need to do this. And I was like, no, I'm not going to. And they're like, well, you're never getting it anywhere. Then I guess I'm not. I'm fine with that. And look at them, they were wrong. So, speak up, it's a good thing, but just don't, what I'm saying is that like, as people that speak up for your feelings, be honest with them, but don't expect to get everything you're hoping for, if that makes sense. It's still good to say them, but sometimes voicing them and having people aware of them is sometimes the best we can hope for. So, yeah, just as like a thing, just because I think that whenever people are like, oh, I'm being vulnerable, I'm listening, that's good. But that still doesn't mean someone has to do something. So I want to emphasize that sometimes, especially when people can voice their feelings, they can be like, well, I was honest, and that's good. And I'm glad you were. And sometimes that's really the best that we can hope for. And I think that sometimes people get disappointed. I know, because I've had friends be like, well, I wanted this. And I was like, and I can't do that. But I was honest, and that's great. And I'm glad to hear how you feel, but that doesn't mean that I can change. It doesn't mean that I feel that this is something I have to change. It doesn't mean it's something I can do. So I think that that's important to just be mindful of and have out there. So yeah, hope that makes some sense. That's to everybody, by the way. If you ever are dealing with something with a friend or a loved one or something, and they're like, well, this is what I'd like to have happen, you can still say no. You can still say, I can't do that. Them being honest and raw doesn't necessarily mean anything. Love to get a reading. No worries. Yeah, you can put it in the queue, honey. I can tell you about, I think we're on like the 10th person. I think we still have like 10 more people in the queue, so. All right.
Greetings.
Hi Arya. Hi, sweetie.
Traveler from beyond the fog.
Okay. Let's go backwards. All right, Faye. The Nine of Pentacles reversed can mean suffering from financial issues. Perhaps it is an indicative of false display of security and stability. There may be more desire to keep up appearances, to have all the finer things when we cannot afford to do so. Where does it stem from? Take this as an opportunity to figure out what is most important. The Nine of Pentacles reversed indicates the moment where one truly sees, perhaps for the first time, that we cannot completely rely on material wealth to bring happiness. The card has authored different meanings within context. You may find yourself at a period in your life when you want to simply relax after years of hard work, but you find yourself unable to unwind. In this case, rejuvenation is the advice of the Reverse of Pentacles. You may need to take a few steps back and allow yourself to rest and regain your strength and passions. So, yeah. If you like it more in a career one, apparently it could be saying that you have no work-life balance. Which, no offense, dear, from what I've heard about you and the way you talk about it, I would definitely say that that's true. Unfortunately, I think you tend to take your work with you all the way you go, and it seems to like ride on you, and it may be very heavy. So, oof. I'm sorry. I know that you talk about your work whenever you're in VC, and I'm just like, oh, honey, it's okay. You gotta like put it down sometimes. It's completely all right. But I know you're not the only one I know like that. Some people tend to like not be able to like, Carmine's the same way. Carmine tends to be the same way, where he's like not really able to like put down work. Cause he always follows, and I don't mean my work. My work, I swear to God, he basically ignores every time he wants to. But the brother's talking about shit at work, and I'm like, brother, I got nothing to answer about this. You done with my shit or not? And he's like, well, I gotta do this. Damn it, when's my shit here? And he's just like, yeah, well. Like, ask him. Some nights he's been up to like 10 o'clock working on work. And I'm like, brother, you got my fucking thumbnail? No? Because you're doing work? That's insane. So, yeah. Y'all bitches be like that. You're welcome. Y'all bitches be like that. You're welcome. But yeah, Faye, I would take it as though you're trying a little bit too hard. I get that you're trying to like think really difficultly. You know, you need to figure out what is more important. I know that you need a job, dear. And I know that that's definitely something like, but you worked really hard. You tend to carry your job with you no matter where you go. I think that maybe you may need to shift things a little, at least to some degree, if you want to feel like you've got decent work-life balance and you're not just giving up. You know, you don't live to work, you work to live, dear. And I think, unfortunately, you've been on the other side of that more than anything. So, yeah. I really think that you need to remember that you're working to live, dear, not living to work. So I think you may need to find some passions in there. You may need to make time for it, especially if it is important to you. Put the work down. I feel like I've been working like that. And I get why you are, dear. I do. I totally get it. There are better ways to die than at your desk. Very good point. Yeah, that's a very good way to put that. Yeah. All right. Who is up next? Who is up next? From what I'm seeing. Apparently, didn't you make that meme about reasons my asshole is on fire? Eating spicy foods, playing the tank role. What the fuck? Hey, oh, that's so cute! Oh, a zoo education specialist sounds like the most adorable job ever. That sounds so cute. What the hell? What the fuck? That's cute. Brother! That's adorable. What the hell? Remember, if you are not in the queue, exclamation point queue, and then join. I would put myself in the queue, but I'm not going to. My ex is next. All right. Kayak, sweetheart, do you have your question? I think so. Carmine, can you push up the queue just to make sure? You are, yes. Do you have your question? Oh boy. 3, I know I'm gonna get, what blocks and securities do I need to work on? I want to try my best to grow and be a better person than myself. Learn more about controlling emotions. Ooh. Ways to improve. How best. Hey, if the past calls you out, sorry. That happens a lot. I gotta get back to work. If someone would give me a timestamp for the VOD and DMs, that would be awesome. Well, can you DM me your question? I do at least need your question. It's exclamation point join there, and then I need your question. Cockroaches give me the heebie-jeebies. I think it's a pretty fair thing. Have y'all ever seen a Madagascar hissing cockroach? The thing's are fucking huge. Bugger's huge. They're really big. Yeah, the hissing cockroach. Zach, what kind of question? You can ask how your year is gonna go. You can ask, you know, if you've got a particular issue that you'd like, someone to weigh in on. That kind of thing can work. Just depends on what kind of question you'd like. Some people have asked how to improve as a person. Yeah, just whatever you feel is your best one. Are a lot different than our local. Think of them as lever snackies. Just the lizards and bugs everywhere. You may have to redo it. It doesn't look like the bot is on. Hey, Carmine, what's up with the bot, bro? Hi, little. Hi, honey. Okay, honey, try it again.
Passing fine ash thou'st given.
Hi Nay. I'm home.
Try the command again, Sweepy. It should have worked. Bot is on break. Literally, it only seems to be whenever it's the queue. The bot's just like, no. Hi Crimson. Hi, sweetie. All right, well, just at the very end, just DM me your question, and I'll just try to add you into the end because it's being a pain in the cock. Hi, Rice. Hi, sweetie. All right, Ryax. Past. You have the Queen of Swords for the past. You have the Six of Wands as the present. Hi, Cleric. Hi, Sweetie. And then you have the World card. Ooh, that's our first major arcana of the day. You have the World card upright. Here we go. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. He's like, everybody's got to. He's like, everybody's gonna make that fucking comment. Okay, here we go. The Queen of Swords reverse. Queen of Swords means that you're thinking too much with your heart, becoming too emotionally involved. You have to start thinking more objectively because your emotions could lead you astray. Which sounds right because you were saying that you have issues controlling your emotions. I think this is the third card time this card's come up. So, yeah, that seems pretty spot on for the moment. You need to start thinking objectively. Take time using various facts and use your head to create a clear picture of what's going on. Only then can you decide your next move. The Queen of Swords can be quite bitter, resentful, or cold-hearted. You have to isolate yourself from a number of rumors. The outside world could be taking this the wrong way. You may have some explaining to do, especially if your relationship ends up stressed by your desire for solitude. That's your past. Sorry. Whoopsie. Pessimistic, bitter, spiteful. Okay. Or your present. This particular card is all about public recognition, victory, and success. Not only have you managed to properly succeed in achieving your goals, but you've also been acknowledged for them and the results that you've managed to attain. This can also indicate the times that you've had strengths and talents within you in an attempt to bring forth a particularly successful outcome in your life. You have managed to get through the confusion which was brought by the card from before and managed to properly minimize distractions, thus focusing on your goals and achieving them. It is also worth noting there's a slight downside apart from the overall positivity. It can bring self-importance as well as arrogance and egotistical behavior. This could make you think that no one is better than you. That's the present, is that apparently you've overcome some of your issues to a degree, but now it's possible that you could be thinking that you don't need to keep growing, which doesn't seem to be the case necessarily. Bye, Savant. Bye, sweetie. Hi, Andy. Hi, honey. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the card is about success, praise. Apparently, you've gotten better and it's been noticed, but it might be making you slightly egotistical. But since you seem to be reflective about what's going on, we are now going into the future, which is the World card, our first major arcana. To encounter the world is to encounter a great unity and wholesomeness. It symbolizes the moment where the inner and outer worlds, the self and the other, become a single identity. In some traditions, the state is described as enlightenment or nirvana. There's a recognition that the inner self is profoundly linked with other things, and that we all dance and sway in the flow of life to one rhythm. Not only do you hear this rhythm, but you participate in it. The rise, the dips, the sorrows, and the joys. This card is a sense of fulfillment, achievement, and completion. It shows all the efforts you have been put in place are starting to pay off, and you have now reached a major milestone in your life, and you have built a resilience to withstand challenges. The role, this may be a contemplation of a particular project, another event in your life, or a study. It can also mean anything that you personally have accomplished. This card shows that you have a desire to give back to the community in various ways. You have a commitment to make the world a better place because you understand now that everything is connected. So yeah. Apparently you were, the way that I'm retreating this is that you were someone that clearly you've been maybe not the best kind of person, and now you started to overcome it to a degree, and apparently you will end up becoming a better person that you hope to be. But that also in turn means that you need to give back to the rest of the world. You know? You will end up becoming a better person, but that also means that it's on you to make sure that people learn from your mistakes. Because you understand now how things can end up becoming. So, yeah. You will become the better person that you hope to be, dear. And perhaps the best thing that you can do is make sure that nobody ends up going down the same road that you did with whatever ended up happening to you. Oh, yeah. There you go, dear. Congrats. Apparently you will achieve what you hope to. And the important thing is to make sure that, you know, you don't simply let what happened to you become just a description of who you are. Does that give you any kind of... Absolutely good. I love when people end up feeling better about the things that they learn. That's the good shit. It's not even funny. Good. That's the thing, is that, you know, it can be as much or as little as you think it is. That's the important thing, is it doesn't have to be a world-ending thing. It can mean as much or as little as you think it does. You can be the Mercy to my Genji or vice versa. Shut up, Gibby! Shut the fuck up, Gibby. In my personal opinion, the fact that you care about the way that you're perceived and the fact that you know that you've not necessarily been like the best kind of person is usually the most indicative thing. People that care won't question if they're right or wrong. For some reason, the bot just fucking hates today. I don't know what it is. Your bot just fucking hates the universe, Carmine. The jetpack cat to my Bastion? Brother. It got overloaded. It's possible. Bot hates personal growth? Bet. Bot for real, for real. It's just literally not working, Carmine. Brother! Damn, that's crazy. Ooh, that makes me laugh.
Carmen's faulty bot, Frenchman engineering.
Yeah, it's just not working at all. Damn. Do you have the list anywhere, Carmine? I did not make it. I know you didn't, but you're the one that found it, so you're the one that's got to deal with it. The bot just fucking gave up. That's crazy. I want to play Overwatch. Next is Hands. Okay, well, it seems that Raven knows. Alright, Hands. Hit me. You got your question? Bot said literally bot's like, I'm gonna head out. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Damn. Oh my god. Oy. I started to make changes in my life for the better that will cause ripples in the way people see me. I've been doing things and making moves, but I haven't told most people around me what I'm doing or how exactly I'm doing it. I want to know if this is going to affect if everything keeps going as it has been so far and what I should be wary of. Interesting. Currently Hans' turn. We may have to like refigure out the bot if we can't pull up the list. We may have to come up with a new plan if the bot has decided to bork. I love how the bot worked for half the time and then just decided it was gonna shit the bed. Fucking Lamau, man. I noted everybody good, because then you need to note the other two people that wanted to join the queue. Little and whoever. Arjun. If not edible, why licorice coated? Aye. Ew. Okay. We have the Six of Cups upright as the past. The Queen of Swords, again, reversed as the present. Fourth time that card's come up. Apparently, some of y'all need to be wary. Okay, so you can close the queue, you stupid bot, but you can't Bot's being a bitch. Bot's being a bitch. Cool, cool, cool. Bot's being a hoe. Can't fucking pull up shit, but it'll fucking piss me the fuck off. Literally! I'm like, what the hell? Bot literally is saying, fuck you. So I'm redoing your draw so it comes back up. I forgot the deck, dumb fuck. What did you do to piss off the machines? I think it's this Horizon Zero Dawn. Bruh, bro can't piss off the bot single-handedly. Okay, you have the Eight of Wands upright as your past. The Seven of Swords as the present. Wow. 2 wands. And then you have the Four of Wands upright as your future.
Someone called the bot a clanker and it pieced out.
It's just broken. It just doesn't want to function. That's so fucking awful. What the hell? That's crazy. Damn. Bot straight said, nah, I'm out. Fascinating. Well, yeah, we're going to just manually keep track, which is such a pain in the cock, dude. Fuck it. Yeah, literally, fucking thing was like, fuck yo, shit. Okay. The Eight of Wands upright was your... The clanker, is that just pygmy? Wow. Oh... The image depicted by the Eight of Wands means that the difficulties that were brought on by the Seven of Wands are finally over. It signifies a strong level of energy, which states that different aspects of your life are trailblazing. Perhaps important news is coming your way, where you may experience a sudden but steady positive growth. The Eight of Wands may also pertain to your work. There's a chance that the decision you are waiting for will come your way soon. You need to be patient and just wait for it. Sounds like, yeah, you decided to make something. Decided to make a specific choice. Okay. Save your money and wait for the perfect time to invest. All things that are fought for are building in momentum. Where you didn't see progress earlier, you will soon discover they pave the way for the coming wave of action. That kind of sounds like... I mean, you decided things, so that kind of does seem like that's the answer. Everyone, don't worry, you don't down. Listen to your readings, my brothers. It's fine. We will figure it out. Now you had the Seven of Swords upright for your present. Okay, the Seven of Swords in general is said to be about betrayal and deception. Whenever you get this card, it may imply that you or someone else in your life is having difficulty getting away with something. There are instances where we are forced to be sneaky, hoping we will not be discovered. When we are found out, we have to face the consequences, whether it's embarrassment, punishment, or worse. Perhaps this happens. There are instances where you had to think on your feet or do something somewhat shrewd and out of character. Now there is the danger of the secret coming out. Which is what you're doing. You're doing something and you're not telling people. You may be tempted to sneak away from somewhere, indicating a situation is no longer working as expected. Instead of dealing with it, you chose to sneak away and hope you will go unnoticed. Perhaps you were hoping that the issue would solve itself over time, or you've neglected it, leaving it to only grow and get worse. The big question is, when looking at the Seven of Swords, is whether escaping this will solve the problem you are facing. While you are thinking you may have gotten away, you discovered the situation has cornered you, and you are now found out as you were trying to escape. There are instances where the Seven of Swords may indicate the willingness to go solo. You may have the sudden urge to explore and discover things on your own. This can be an effective approach if you want to assert your independence and bypass group judgment. The Seven of Swords, and encouraging you may have to go on this path. Sometimes innovation comes from rogue genius. And then finally, the Four of Wands. The overall meaning of the Four of Wands says that it heralds celebration as a harmonious, happy, and relaxed home environment. In terms of numerology, number 4 symbolizes stability as well as particularly reliable foundations. It also is associated with a period of happiness and balance. The symbolism within the Four of Wands indicates it's the purpose time for you to get close together with people such as friends or family. This can be with or without any special occasion. Often, the card is trying to reflect a period of holidays when you are together with friends and family for an extended period of time. It could also be suggesting you need to invite your friends and family to a close dinner. Furthermore, if you're working on a certain project, it entails that you are reaching a particularly important milestone. This is going to provide you with grounds for celebration, which is also to be considered. You have managed to complete a proper and paramount phase of that project, meaning you have every reason to be feeling proud and satisfied, which are amongst the general feelings induced and reflected in the Four of Wands card. Oh. It says, yeah, you will be reaching a particularly important milestone, something that is grounds to be celebrated. So whatever it is you're working on, apparently you've nearly been caught. You started doing it, but you're going to end up getting right where you want to be. So I don't know what you're working on, but apparently you started it. Apparently you were ready to move on from something. You decided that you were going to trailblaze something. You nearly got caught doing it, but at the end, apparently you will be able to clear where your expectations are, and it will be something worth celebrating. So, does that seem spot on or no? At least for the first two. I can't tell you about the future yet. Only you can. Works for me? That doesn't tell me anything, you bastard. What are you working on? DM me. I feel I deserve to know, you bastard. Interesting. Man's not gonna tell us what he's being a dirty little fucking secretive fucker on. That's crazy. Damn. That's crazy. Whatever your secret is, you nearly got fucked up. But apparently some people know. Oh yeah, I get to find out. Woohoo! This is gonna be fun. Finding the one. Is that what you've done? You found the One Piece? Was that what it was? You nearly found the One Piece? Sheesh! You nearly found the One Piece, chat. And it wasn't just the friends you made along the way. Alright. The One Piece is missing. Fucking knew it was real. You guys are ridiculous. Alright, mods, who was next? Turtle Dove, do you have your question, honey? The fellowship at the end of the journey have a bitter sadness to it or something else. I can add more details if you wanted to. Sure. So is it like your personal journey with this thing that's happening or what? Hold on to join deck card Zord. Is this something like deeply serious if you don't mind me asking, dear? I'm just curious. You don't have to give me a ton of details if it's something you don't want to talk about fully. This just sounds kind of serious. Here, there were a lot. Always. Oh, I see. Okay, you're asking about someone else. Okay. Well, let's see. That's sweet of you, though. Oh, we have the strength upright for the past. The hangman reversed for the present. That is 2 major arcana. That's pretty rare. And then we have the 10 of cups reversed for the future. It's rare to get 2 major arcana. I suppose they'll be here for my reading. Hey, very cool. All right, I think Carmen's got you on the list. Hi, Phantorum. Hi, sweetheart. When you get the strength in an upright manner in your tarot reading, it means that you have inner strength and fortitude through moments of danger and distress. It shows you have the ability to remain calm and strong even when your life is going through immense struggle. It shows that you are a compassionate person and you always have time for other people, even if it's their own expense. Getting the strength card means that you're a very patient individual who is likely to accomplish anything they put their mind to. This resilience will greatly aid you, and your fearlessness means you should have no issue speaking your mind. It also indicates the kind of compassion that we will reward a lot of stability either in this life, in your life, either presently or near in the future. So I'm guessing that's the kind of person they were in the past. Or maybe things affecting them from getting back to being that kind of person, which could be understood in the next card. The reversal of the hangman represents a very specific time in which you feel you are sacrificing a significant amount of time while getting nothing in return. You may have felt as if certain things are at a state of an absolute standstill without a particular resolution or movement, as if you're putting your entire effort and attention into something, but nothing turns out as it should. Interesting. The arrival of the hangman sends a sense of frustration and impatience. This person may feel stuck or unable to move forward in their emotions, leading them to question the connection. They may be grappling with conflicting feelings, unable to decide whether to take action or remain passive. This card can say that you're experiencing a desire for change but may feel trapped by circumstances or indecision. You could be yearning for clarity or direction while wrestling with doubts that keep you fully embracing your emotions. It is essential to reflect on what truly matters and seek ways to liberate yourself from any self-imposed limitations. So it seems like they have been a person that's had their stuff together, but they're currently stuck in a situation, which seems about with what you've indicated so far. That they've clearly been stuck in the situation that they're going through. So Now we move to the Ten of Cups reversed. When the Ten of Cups is reversed, the strong bonds that one forges with family and community are broken or twisted. The Ten of Cups is the most happily ever after card, but somehow this idealized image of domestic peace and comfort is broken or was desperately unrealistic all along. Instead of connections, you may find distance. Instead of coming together, you may be pulling apart. Your hopes for happy times and moments may not seem to meet your expectations. You should learn to treat each other well, love each other, and care. It is the best way to return a harmonious living. So it seems that at least for the time being, they may be stuck on this path. I can't say necessarily for how long, but it seems as though whatever like previously kept them as being the kind of person that they wanted to be is just currently not there. So they feel alone and they feel isolated and they feel like they're kind of, unfortunately, I'm not getting, I would say necessarily a bad reading, but it doesn't at the very least look like it's going to be able to get overcome within the next, like by the time you see them, if that's what you're hoping for. It can mean, in the presence of a reverse Ten of Cups, there's a complex emotional landscape. If you're asking this person how they feel about you, they may be experiencing disappointment or disillusionment. Their feelings could be stemmed unmet if you're neglecting your own feelings. This card may suggest that you have been unfulfilled or disconnected from your own happiness. So, since you're asking about someone else, it does seem like they're currently unhappy with what's going on and that they feel stalled and isolated and trapped by the current circumstances that they're in. Unfortunately, there's no, I don't see any particular break in the future. It just looks like they were once a much better put together person, but right now they're feeling very isolated. So although it may not fix their problems, having someone like you that cares about them may do a lot for them, at least not to feel so isolated. They may no longer feel a sense of discomfort, you know? And it says if you're reading it as an action, it says that they need to redefine their own personal happiness and emotional fulfillment. Seems like that they need to reassess what brings them joy. So, yeah. Does that help you all at all? I don't think I've ever seen the most clear-cut, unfortunate circumstance. They were once really put together, and now they're in a place of, unfortunately, isolation and sacrifice. But if you are there for them, they can potentially begin to, like, recapture what they've lost. Because sometimes when we are isolated, we can feel alone in our stuff. So having other people know that they're there for them can do a lot. It may not fix the problem, but it definitely can erase or at least help them move past the feelings of a reverse hangman. So, yeah. May not immediately solve things, but you know, sometimes people just want to know that they're not alone in their problems and in their issues. All right. Who is next up? Raven, do you have your question, my dearest one? Do you have your question, my dear? And how many cards would you like? I'm so glad so many people like actually wrote it down like I told them to. I'm nervous of where I come from, where I'm walking at the path is going. I've been burned and gone through hardships. I want a lantern to lead the way so I may know what's coming. What's going on was big encouragement. Sure, honey, yeah. Mod is vital to keeping a straight. Yes! Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? That was one of the things that I was when I was like, can my mods, you know, be on top of it? Because sometimes my ass ain't.
'Tis only the flame quivering that misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Oh, slime laid.
Let
Slime
this
red,
be a
very nice.
remembrance of this
Hello,
cold
Raiders!
world.
I am Nania Selenix, resident Snowfall Witch, Yukiona VTuber, and variety streamer. How was your art stream? We're currently doing tarot, so welcome in. Hello, hello. How was your stream? To those of you that may be here for the first time, this is a lurker-friendly stream. So if you're unfamiliar with tarot and a little bit nervous about it, don't feel obligated to partake. It's completely okay if you just want to listen to other people get their questions and their clarity. Do not feel obligated. Some people can have very the magic ball into the mic. There's a rose in it, but you know, sure. And nice to have you all here. So if you want to just listen to other people get their readings because you are unsure of how to take tarot yourself, that's completely fine. But if you also need to raid and run, we appreciate you for stopping by. What were you drawing, Sweet Pea? Very calm. Good. That's what I hoped for people. I hoped that it would give them some kind of insight, not necessarily in a bad way. That's what I hoped. Hi, Nija. Hi, Sweet Pea. I showed her a few songs. That's nice. To any of you that are here, you're welcome to join us. We do love meeting new people, but don't feel obligated. If you want to just hang out in the back, we're happy to have you, and we hope you enjoy your Valentine's Day. That he asked for no pickles? I love that fucking meme! That meme is so funny. Well, mine doesn't have pickles on it. We could trade. You would do this. Absolutely. You have enemies. You don't. You come to me. I love that stupid meme. Hi, Lone Wolf. Hi, honey. That's so funny. All right. Polyamory is a real video game. I did not. I think it's so funny. I genuinely think it's funny. Why does it have pickles? Most wholesome beings. All right. Ooh. We have the Six of Wands upright. The Emperor upright for your present, Raven. And the World upright. You, congratulations, also have 2 major arcana in here. Sweet, and they're all upright, dear. Let's get cracking. I get why burgers no pickles extra sauce, but then I'm like, no, it's okay. I can just deal with it. Aww. As a joke, have you ever seen Start? I see the cards. I do not know what you're talking about. No, I'm not sure what that is. I apologize. Okay, Raven. I'm a bit skeptic. That's fine. There's no harm in that. I tell people to take it as serious or unserious as they want to. All I ask is that people remain respectful. Okay. The Six of Wands. This particular card is about public ignition, victory, and success. And if you manage to properly succeed in achieving your goals, you also publicly acknowledge them and the results you've managed to attain. This card is indicative that you managed to harness the strengths and talents that you have within and attempt to bring a particularly successful outcome. You have managed to properly get through the confusion which is brought by the card before it, the Five of Wands, and managed to minimize distractions and successfully focus on your goals and achieving them. It is worth noting there's a slight downside apart from the overall positivity. It can bring self-importance as well as egotistical and arrogance. This can make you think you're better than... Nobody is better than you. That's the past. So, I'm reading this, dear, as though for the most part, you know, you as a... Hello, dear. Derb? Hi, sweetie. How are you? As a feeling, it radiates admiration and respect. They use people view you as a source of inspiration, taking genuine pride in your association. Your achievements uplift them, and they cheer for your success from the sideline. You feel recognized in your efforts, leading to an overwhelming sense of pride. Embrace this victory because your hard work is paying off. So, yeah. Apparently, who you are as a person, for the most part, Raven, has been something worth knowing. This is a feeling people seem to take joy in knowing you as a person. For the present, it is all about control when it comes to the Emperor. This can mean authority, regulation, organization, or fatherliness. It represents a strategic thinker who sets out plans they must see through. It is a symbol of masculine principle, a paternal figure in your life that creates structure, rules, systems, and imparts knowledge. Whether it's the Emperor's desire to create a kingdom of happiness, the Emperor desires to foster honor and discipline. He guides with a firm hand, falling to the crown above all else. Though he's a ruler, he also understands that to reign is also to serve. He thinks rationally and according to what is for the greater good of the kingdom. I would actually agree with that. I think that's who you are as a person now, dear. You know, you've been someone that's trying to be reflective, but currently you know that you need to be measured. It represents a chance to grow in terms of goals that you've set for yourself. It represents a successful future as long as you pursue goals similar to the fashion the Emperor does, methodically and strategically. When you see him in a reading, a possible interpretation is that you will be in charge of something important. Who'd have thought? It could be a position at work or any kind of organization or institution that desperately needs order and a clear, decisive mind. You may be called to act in place as the Emperor, using wisdom to bring clarity to the project. Oh, that's a little funny. That was a spot-on one there, wasn't it? Oh, to encounter the world in your cards is to bring a great unity and wholesomeness. It symbolizes the moment where the outer and the inner world, other and self, become a single entity. And some traditions, it state as describing achievement or nirvana. There's a recognition the individual self is profoundly linked with all other things, and that we all dance and sway to the rhythm. I love your laugh. Not only do you hear this rhythm, but you participate in it, following the dips and the rises, the joys and the sorrows. The meaning of the World card is fulfillment, achievement, and completion. It shows all of your efforts have been put in place or starting to pay off. It reflects that you've completed a major milestone in your life, where you built the resilience to withstand challenges. The world may indicate a long-term completion of a project, a study, or any other major event in your life. The world shows that you have a desire to give back to the community in various ways. You have a commitment to make the world a better place, and you understand everything is connected. So yeah, it seems like the choices that you've made, dear, are bringing about something that you've been looking forward to. Let me see the way you. Yeah, how the path you're walking. I've been burned before and gone through hardships. So basically, you're doing the right thing, dear. The choices you've made, you've done the right thing. You've got everything you need. You've made the right choices. You're going to end up coming to a better place in your life. You've seen what's going on. You had the foresight to know how to receive it. And you haven't necessarily been deterred by the things in front of you. Sometimes when we see challenges, people can be jilted by them. They can end up becoming nervous. But you've been able to rise and meet your potential difficulties, and you've been put in a major position, and that is now helping you to give back to the world with everyone that you know. All of your relationships will benefit from the clarity you've been able to gain as a person through your own life experiences. So yeah, props to you, dear. Also, chat, if you would, please make sure you follow our raider. They were drawing that funny meme, which honestly, in my opinion, is plenty of reason worth following them, because I find that meme funny as fuck. I first found that meme with Alistair, so yeah. Please follow our raider. I think that's like the funniest meme. So yes, please give them a follow. You have everything you need to make your hopes come true, dearest. You are in the right position that you need to be in life. At least personally. Maybe I can't necessarily say professionally, but at least as personally, for you as a human being with your own personal growth, you're on the right path. Congratulations. Who is up next? You're welcome, dearest. All right, go ahead, sweetheart. Hello, Purple. You have your question ready, dearest? Hi, Nick. You're such a good boy. Hello, darling. Dearest, do you have your question? Not me rumbling my cards in my desk. Here, purple fox. Hi, all. Hi, honey. How am I? Hi, Bartek. Hi, sweetie. If you don't have your question, dear, I will have to come back to you. Ah. Everything will be okay after I go to college. Well, that's why I told people to have it ready, because I have to go. Because, you know, unfortunately, when I'm just sitting here, like, doing nothing, stuck in an ad, then I will wait. I've never been far from my parents. No. This is why please have your questions ready. That way you can just copy and paste them, so I'm not just standing here waiting to know if you heard me.
Thou art I.
Void's like, be gone, ads. Be gone, thoughts. Hi,
Void
hi to you.
Maestra
Hi,
gifted
honey.
a tier 1 sub to Purple Fox 2. They have given 25 gift subs in the channel.
Because that's the downside, is I'm just stuck here waiting when people are trying to type. That's why, because we've had this happen in the past where some people took like a couple of minutes and then like I skipped them and they were like, I was typing, and I'm like, brother, I told you I'll have your questions ready, and it sucks. Banger dad joke? Oh, no. I can't laugh words because they're always spotted. Oh, I've heard that one before. Oh, no. Accidentally closed my notepad at a panic when it's my turn. Post it on Discord and put it in somewhere. I copied my questions twice. Just because I've had that problem, dude. Do not want to do it again. Still on Control V. The upside with mobile is that it holds on to your thingy. Holds on to your, like, clipboard. Hell yeah, brother. The problem is sometimes I'm like, what the fuck was I doing?
Chatty, if you use a vacuum cleaner and you clean a ... doesn't that make you the vacuum cleaner?
I hate you. I'm gonna make you my maid if you don't shut the fuck up. Alright.
Did you read my question or it?
That's a bad thing. Do I get the maid uniform? You're buying your own.
No.
I read it, dear. Yeah,
It
I
makes
saw
you
your
the
question.
vacuum cleanest.
I was just trying to shuffle my cards. I have to shuffle it between every person. That way it's not just reading from the top. Cleaner of that. You guys are ridiculous as fuck. I'm like, I don't know that. Okay, we have the Queen of Swords reversed for the past. We have the Three of Wands for the present. And we have the Knight of Pentacles for the future. That's 3 different ones. Having at least a duplicate somewhere. Alright. One downside is trying to see these cards at an angle is a pain in the penis. Queen of Swords first. The Knight of Pentacles. All right, for your past, we have the Queen of Swords reversed. Okay, the Queen of Swords reversed means that you're thinking too much with your heart and becoming too emotionally involved. You need to look at it objectively because your emotions could lead you astray. It's time to take a look at the situation using various facts and use your head to create a clear picture of what's going on. Only then can you decide what is truly meant to be. In reverse, it could also mean that you're potentially resentful. You may have to start to isolate yourself for a number of reasons, but the outside world could be taking this the wrong way. You may have some explaining to do, especially if your relationships end up being stressed by your desire for solitude. Hi, Kevin. Hi, sweetie. So, that does seem on par because you said you're kind of nervous about potentially going off. So, you've never been away from your family, so it's possible that they're also having concerns and feelings about what you're doing. So, but I'll give you my overall thoughts at the very end. And now we have the Three of Wands upright. The meaning of the Three of Wands means that you were... The meaning of the Three of Wands since you are planning or going to plan for the future with more conviction. This could mean that everything around your plans is going smoothly as you have taken time to plan your future and are taking steps to turning those plans into action. It hints that you are perhaps creating a stable foundation for yourself by going to college. That's why I laughed. I was like, well, that couldn't be more honest. It symbolizes that opportunities are beginning to widen your horizon in many areas. It is also a warning to keep your mind open about opportunities that could be open to you. As you take steps towards achieving what you have set out to do, you are becoming more aware of opportunities that are coming your way, and this could take you out of your comfort zone. This pushes you to sometimes to embrace change and to start thinking long term. The Three of Wands can show you that you are in control and in a strong position, just like the character that overlooks and stands strong. The Three of Wands is one of the main cards of foresight and vision. The Three of Wands meaning is that you must travel in search of what you are seeking. In the sense that you need to leave home, a voyage must be undertaken. Great things do not happen to those who simply wait for them. You must expand. Sorry, this is like the most direct reading I've had in a hot minute. For most readings, you must travel to a lune land or find an opportunity during your travels. Holy shit, I'm sorry. I laughed because like that was ridiculously spot on and I laughed a little. I was like, all right, well. When you draw the Three of Wands upright, it is a clear signal that now is the time to expand your horizons and embrace new opportunities. This can be through travel, education, or networking. Consider setting clear goals for what you hope to achieve in the near future and take concrete steps towards those ambitions. This can mean enrolling in a course that excites you or reaching out to mentors who can guide you. Embrace collaboration with others, sharing ideas that can innovate solutions. By taking these, you cultivate growth and open doors that align with your aspirations. I'm doing one for someone else. Also, that is so funny. I love when the cards are like overly direct. I'm like, wait a damn minute. Hi, Soggy. Hi, honey. Okay, I'm sorry. I love when it's just like, stop being such a little bitch. All right, here you go. Oh, honey. And the very last card for your future is the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles is about daily tasks and responsibility one has to gain through a specific project. The Knight means that he has the patience to accomplish all of his given duties and be considered reliable and committed to his work. This card is an indication that there is a need to be trustworthy and reliable. You are fully committed to your assignments and make sure that you complete your work efficiently. You are absolutely loyal and do the best you can in order to make sure the job is completed. Though your sense of duty is admirable, beware that it does not turn into perfectionism, which can manifest in every day of your life. The Knight of Pentacles can also represent routine through the general hard work that you do every day. The meaning can mean that it advises you to query should continue exactly are you doing. Sticking to the tried and true methods, you will accomplish everything you set out to do. Sometimes going with what is already done is not necessarily bad. In terms of diligence, this card invites you to reflect on your pursuits. Focus on setting clear, achievable goals and take consistent steps towards them. This card encourages you to adopt a methodological approach. Create a detailed plan for projects and tasks, ensuring each step is practical and grounded. Consider organizing your workspaces or finances to foster productivity. Additionally, although cultivating patience may be slow and steady, embrace this as an opportunity to build a solid foundation for future success through hard work and commitment to your values. Basically, you're only going to grow if you move, if you basically take the journey, but also through your education the best way that you can make sure that you do it and you don't end up sort of gambling it. Because sometimes when people go to college, they don't have the greatest idea of what they're doing, and they kind of have lofty goals. They're like, oh, I'm going to end up becoming like an absolute, you know, I'm going to put my nose to the grindstone. Just, you know, take it easy. Don't overthink college. Take your time while you're there. You don't need to be so nervous. You just need to see, because this card is talking about patience and reliability and building a decent foundation, being slow and steady. So yes, you can only grow by taking the journey, but also when you're in college, the best thing it can tell you is not to like become overzealous. Don't be lazy, but don't also try to push for perfectionism either. Just take it slow and steady and at your own pace. You will get there. You will achieve what you're hoping to. And you may end up having some nerves with having your family behind, but stick to the path that you're on and it will get better. You will build a foundation to help you better grow as a human being away and at college. It's good for your growth to take this step. So I don't have anything to add. The cards were very clear on this one. With what the question was about, the cards were exceptionally clear. There's nothing that will stand in your way if you take heart. Don't try to be too zealous with it all. You got a very straightforward read. Couldn't have phrased it better myself. Props to you. That's nice. See, sometimes I love this when like people get like readings. Wait, yes. All right, who is next? Hi, Manic. Hi, sweetie. How are you? If you would like to join the queue, you just need to do what the pinned message says. Just ping the mod. We'll help you out. I'm doing fine. Having fun. Trying to help people gain some personal clarity. Anyone else that I can assist? Who is next? Please have your question ready. Moku, do you have your question, my dearest? How long is the queue? Good question, Carmen. Dry skin, a towel. I will hit you, Gibby. I swear to God. I will look forward to these. I'm glad that people have been enjoying them so much. I'd like a 3-card reading. I have to copy it. Sure of my technological goals. I love the digital world. I want to explore cyberspace. I want to use electronics as a ghoul. See if my past will hold me back. Am I in good position now? And might I need to look out in the future as some kind of modern Pygmalion? Okay. Modern Pygmalion. Brother in Christ. That makes me laugh. Okay. I'm heading to bed pretty early today. Jeez. We got a lot. People are asking for 3 and they take a while. I told people, if you don't need 3, don't ask for it. Sometimes your questions can be answered by 1. Yeah, it's fun to have your cards like drawn out and answered for you, but still. It just takes a while. Don't mean to brag when I'm in the bathroom, my shower turns on. I hate all of you. Brother. Oh, shit. What's the card on the floor? Right. People love bad puns here, I see. Ay. Whether I like it or not, apparently. Okay, you have the Ace of Cups reversed as your past. The Four of Cups upright as your present. That's 2 in a row. And then the World card is your future. That is the 3rd time I've seen that. Please don't tell me that the fucking cards support your fucking achievement as being fucking the digital Pygmalion. I swear to God, I think I'm gonna end up rioting. Join the queue. In the thing, honey, it says just to ping the particular mod. Nice. And okay, Ace of Cups reversed for your past. When the Ace of Cups is overturned, the image is clear, the water pours out of the cup, it becomes empty. The gift of its waters are being wasted. Seeing the Ace of Cups upside down on your reading means that you have been enduring emotional instability or pain for some time. There is a loss that is indicated here, and perhaps something that has meant much to you is no longer giving you the joy it once had. Since the cups also govern creativity, it could also mean experiencing a creative block of some sort. And whereas the waters of inspiration once flowed, they have now dried up. In all these cases, you must examine who or what is in control of the cup, which partly allowed it to overturn. What can you do to place it right side up again? That is the past. The card didn't catch on fire. Shut the fuck up. What cards would not catch on fire? Or the present. The Four Cups tend to appear when you are feeling discouraged and unmotivated. You may feel as if there's no solution or way forward in your situation. Life has become stagnant and nothing seems to make you happy or passionate. You are feeling apathetic. Regardless of what happens, whether the game is good or bad, none of it matters to you. The Four of Cups commands self-evaluation of your attitudes so you can pull yourself out of this rut. The solution is likely right in front of you. The hand is offering you its way out, but you need to release yourself out of your mental stubbornness and employ a new approach. You must search your motives, instincts, thoughts so you can find your passion again. The Four of Cups revolves around finding true interest and working towards fulfilling them. Our lives are short and sometimes monotonous, so we must create meaning for ourselves. Our individual callings are not just there for us to find, but for us to decide and to imagine and to take hold of.
Greetings.
Hi, Goji. Hi, sweetie.
Traveler.
So
From
far,
beyond
it
the
seems
fog.
like you've had an apathy toward what you were doing in the past, and you were discouraged. Your inspiration has been gone. Now you feel like it's in front of you, but you can't really seem to take hold of it for whatever reason is on your own. You're waiting for something to change as opposed to going out and changing it yourself. But again, because the world is here, it means to encounter the world in your cards is great unity and wholeness. It symbolizes the moment where the inner and outer worlds become a single entity. In some traditions, the state is described as enlightenment or nirvana. There's a recognition that is profoundly linked with all other things and that we dance and sway along with the flow of life to one rhythm. Not only do you hear this rhythm, but you participate in it, following the dips, rises, joys, and sorrows. It can mean a fulfillment, achievement, or completion. It shows all the efforts that you put in place are starting to pay off. It reflects a completion of a major milestone in your life, and you have built the resilience to withstand the challenges. It may indicate completion of a long-term goal, study, or any other major event in your life. It may also indicate child, marriage, graduation, or any other thing that you have personally accomplished. It shows a desire to give back to the community. You have a commitment to make the world a better place because you understand everything is connected. So, apparently in the past, your inspiration or your motivation has apparently vanished, dried up. You no longer find the joy out of it. I'm filled with glorious purpose. That's Do you think you're Loki? I am burdened with glorious purpose. God. Oh, Lord. We all are what relationship romances? Yeah, sure. You're not the first one to ask. Somebody's already asked one, so certainly you can. Lamau. We're so ridiculous. Someone's so excited. About to use his alt to copy someone else's a second. Brother's like, I want to swap out. Okay, well, I'm glad I helped somebody else today, even if it's giving me brief concern. Who's next? Anybody else? Hi, James. I'm doing fine. I'm just losing my marbles at bitches today. Spill out your hot sauce. It's your turn. Oh my god. It's chicken now. Brother, you want the answer or not? Consider feeding for the future. Forgive me if the wording, but I'd like to know how my relationships with others will be, if that's okay. Sure. It's important to me. Clarity, if that's the right word, would be good to have. That is the right word. It's good that you want to worry about that. Are they free today? Yes, dear. Shut up saying marbles! We're not playing marbles today. I'm busy. I love how I'm trying to help y'all and y'all are determined to frustrate the fuck out of me. We're not playing marbles! Shut up! More 30 statues! My brother! Are you happy? You'll have to join the queue, honey. We have a queue running right now. Ooh. You get the ace of wands upright. Fantastic. Second spot in the queue, or should I hold down? Oh yeah, honey. I think there's time. It's only like 4:30. If you'd like, how about this? How about if you want to do a second one, that one will have to be paid for. Make you feel better. Okay, yeah. All right. Wands symbolize creativity, and the Ace of Wands is the boldest among all of the cards in the suit. It is not the kind of creativity you learn from school or as a hobby. It is bravely finding your own voice, creating a place where you can develop your own vision. In other words, it is associated with willpower and creativity in the cosmic sense. When you draw it, it is the first indicator you should just go for it. Take a chance, pursue an idea you have in mind, take the first step of a project. It calls to you to follow your instincts. If you think a project is a good idea, you should go ahead and do it. It could also mean that you were searching for a sign to start something. This card pushes you to act now instead of brooding over research and planning. Take small steps today, continue. It could also mean a breakthrough of a moment in your life. It is a time when you are motivated and inspired about a passion, project, idea, or people. You are excited about opportunities that are coming in the future. Ace of Wands can mean a surge of excitement and passion in how someone feels about you. The person is captivated by your energy, enthusiasm, inspired by your very presence. They see the potential for growth and new beginnings, fueling their desires to explore deeper connections. Their feelings are vibrant and full of possibility. They view you as a source of motivation that sparks their creativity. As your own feelings in the situation, it reflects an awakening within you. You feel invigorated, ready to embrace change or take bold steps forward. A sense of optimism bubbles up inside you as you contemplate what lies ahead, urging you to take this newfound energy as actions that align with your passions and inspirations. As action, when you draw the upright, it can nudge you toward creating new beginnings and taking bold actions. It is time for you to ignite passions, creativities. Consider approaching a new friendship, taking on a new project, or exploring a new interest that has intrigued you. Trust in your ability to manifest change and let this energy propel you into uncharted territories of possibility. So, specifically the way you asked your question, here, scroll back, was relationship with others. As long as you're bold about your relationships and not necessarily being like shy about it, you should be able to do that. You should be able to achieve whatever you're hoping for. It feels like you have a robust level of energy that's surging within you. And if you use that as a motivation to like propel you forward with like friends or love or friendships, you should be fine. It's just literally, you're currently in a place where people are taking notice of you. And so if you're wanting to make new friendships, this is the best time to do it because people are curious about you anyway. They feel that there's something about you that would do well for them. So this is a good moment to take a genuine step forward. Hi, Night. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Welcome in. So yeah, if that's something that is of interest to you, dear, if you want to make new friends, if you want to broaden your horizons, this is a good moment to like don't necessarily be shy, you know? Take a step forward. Don't let inhibition or concern. This is a good time. You're at a good place. People are taking notice of you. So that's the way that I would interpret this card if that's what you're looking for. And Void, if you want to do it, if we don't manage to get to the end, dear, you can just pay me and I will give you one personally offline. How about that? We should be able to get through everyone today, but if for some reason I'm about to hang up, I can give you one offline and you can ask me detailed questions. Thanks, Pookie. Does that help you, dear? What the fuck I got called Pookie? Good about that, especially in moments I go to college, there's opportunities. Exactly. This is a good motivation. Energies are right. They're in a good position, especially because you're going to college. That's a good moment. People are robust in making out friends, branching out their opportunities. Seize it in front of you. You know? It's a good one. That's a very good moment. Pookie Wookie Bear. Gross. Who's next? I can't believe I just read that. Remind me not to do that again. Never read the words Pookie Wookie Bear. Exactly. This is a good time to like invest in people, invest in things, invest in projects, invest in people. Faye and I are of the same mind. Or Pookie? Ew. I like that. Damn, that's gross. It's disgusting. Ew. Invest in Nacoin. No, nobody needs to invest in Nacoin. Throw them in timeout, Jay. I'm fine with it. Who's next, Karpookie? You can't fucking step to me because I am your streamer. Woo! Hell yeah, brother. Need to come around more first, Gibby. We're finally making the Nacoin. I can take this stream down.
Gracious. Passing fine ash.
Karpookie, don't be like that.
Ew.
To get my second reading, I'm fine waiting
Would
until
y'all jokes
everyone
the next
has
week,
had a run.
maybe? Oh, thank God. Who's next? Scary. What's up, honey? On love, will I find the people for, the people I'm looking for? Sure. I love reading with past, present, and save the crash out for later. I don't think you can end my stream, brother. I don't think that's an ability you can do. I think the most you can do is like turn into like sub-only mode or something. Which, well, annoying. I think most people are subs, so. That's not with enough loop. Divide by, I can take this OBS with me. Brother, I think the only thing we'll take, if people like, I remember when people like overloaded my CPU with a fuck ton of head pads. That was a pain in the ass day. For some reason, like, I don't know what it was with OBS, but people kept head padding me. And it like overloaded my CPU like a fuck ton. Who's head mods, guys? There goes. 13%.
Gracious. Passing fine ash, thou
Thank you for the The plug? He needs to take the plug out of his ass first. All mods gotta plug up their ass. Thank you so much for the $62, sweetie. That's a very specific number, though. Very funny. Very cute. Thank you. Love reading. Do not pss my cat. Do not pss my cat, you little bastard. I'm gonna fucking... Luckily, the closet. I was gonna put a total at a specific number. Okay, we have the Ace of Cups reversed, the Emperor upright for the present, and the Two of Pentacles upright for the future. Hi, Nocturne. Hi, sweetie. We just read the Ace, but would you like me to reread it again? Reveal the cards to us? What do you mean? Aaron Yeager indicates the rumbling. Shut the fuck up. Y'all are so ridiculous. Okay, I take that back. It's Two of Wands. For some reason they drew it in this circle. I was expecting to see them. Well, I'm not doing a hand cam stream because I will end up knocking out things, so I apologize. Good luck finding a stream that has what you need, dear. I only have one card on my rigged model. I've never done a hand cam tarot stream. I've never done one. I feel like I would knock shit over, dude. I'm very messy whenever I do this, so I've never done one. I've done several. Have I ever done a hand cam stream with a tarot card? I don't remember if I've ever done one. Hey. Ace of Cups as a romantic reading. Some sadness and emotional upset.
How was the Valentine's Day shopping yesterday?
I was there. I don't think I have either. Done it with blocks. Yeah, I've done Legos, but that was the Rift Runners packs. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that was the... Yeah, I don't think I've ever done hand cam stream with tarot cards. Because I'm messy, so... Okay. Some sadness and emotional upset can be signaled by the reversed Ace of Cups as a love meaning. This may have stemmed from an argument or even a breakup, leaving you alone and vulnerable. The card can simply mean that you feel a bit somber about your current relationship or have a temporary loss of faith. Something is blocking you from being able to experience, give, and receive true love. You may not be meeting your partner or others in general with an open heart. It's likely that insecurity is playing a strong role. We all must look to love ourselves before we can truly love another person. Look inward and give yourself the love that you want before seeking it in another. That's the past, so it's possible you moved on from that. And we currently have the Emperor upright in a romantic sense. Although the Emperor is a very serious man without any real sense of romance, his appearance in a love tarot can be very beneficial. He means that he's asked us to bring common sense, structure, discipline, and logic to relationships and romance. Relationships built around this tarot may be rather traditional, perhaps stifling if not handled too quickly. As a person, he symbolizes someone older and well-established that may have a hard time expressing their feelings. This card, however, can sometimes symbolize a person driven by ego who is domineering, bullying, and unable to empathize with others. And then we have the Two of Wands super messy when I pull. Yeah, that's the problem. Is I feel like I would just end up having cards all over my keyboard. So yeah, I am too. That's the thing, is I feel like people would just come in and be seeing my hands flailing all over the place. And that would be hilarious as hell. So now we have the Two of Wands upright. And a love reading. What goals do you have when it comes to your romantic life right now? The Two of Wands can indicate signaling that you are in the process of considering changes and making the plans to do so. If you're in a relationship, you have the chance to make adjustments. If you're considering taking your commitment to the next level, this card suggests great promise so long as you do the envisionment of the work of what you want, putting your thoughts into actions. Communicate with your partner and create a path to the future. Decisions you make now can profoundly change the ability to push you together. So it can also mean setting romantic goals, making plans in love, and planning the future together. So basically, it's saying that the way that I take this so far is that you've had a sadness and an insecurity in the past when it came to love. Currently, you're thinking about like having, you need to be able to use logic when it comes to relationships, and potentially you're not expressing your emotions the best. But in the future, if you set romantic goals and make plans, you should be able to accomplish what you want. So as long as you're being thoughtful and talking to your partners, you shouldn't have insecurities. They shouldn't be able to follow. You should be able to get what you're wanting. So that's the way that I take this, is that you've had insecurities, but as long as you're making, reasonable expectations and plans, and you strive to communicating with your partners, you should be able to get what you're looking for. So yeah, as long as you're like being open, especially when you're a poly, that's something you have to do anyway. So don't let your insecurities rule you. Apparently that's done that in the past. But as long as you're being thoughtful and being open, you shouldn't have any problems trying to actually get partners, as long as you're being forward with them. So I hope that that provides some clarity to you, dearest. Fuck. Who is next? Alt, it's your turn, my dearest. I wouldn't get to it before my shift ends. Sorry, sweetie. How to plan to begin. I wouldn't want a full reading on how things could go, as I primarily want to focus on completing this goal of mine. Okay, so you're wanting to know the past, present, and future of this issue? Haven't you asked this question before, dear? I'm pretty sure you've asked this question before, haven't you? Or you're just trying to see if things have potentially changed? I was gonna say, well, the past and the present may not change too much, so just bear that in mind. Wait, have I? Yeah, I remember you asking this. I'm fairly certain you asked this the last time. We have the Queen of Swords for the past. The Lovers reversed for your present. Really, Southern? You want me to... No one's gonna take me seriously now. And then we have the King of Pentacles reversed for your future. Can't believe you guys want me to do this in an accent. The most fucking infernal tarnation bullshit I've ever done heard. That's crazy. Fuck, man! I've never had to do a reading like this. No one's gonna take me seriously. Shit. Hurt me, I guess. Brother, that's the thing, is when I have to think about it, then I'm like, I can't take it seriously. There's nothing wrong. Nobody said there's anything wrong like it. Shut up. I'm just saying, this is serious business. And I have to think about what I'm saying, and I can't read it, not because I... Fuck, man. Give me more work to do. Where's the consideration? Where's the consideration for me? Alrighty. I don't really have any questions. That's fine. Nobody has to. Take a rain check. I could probably do it in the in-between, but I feel like trying to read it and try to understand is going to be difficult. The Queen of Swords reverse meaning means that you're thinking too much with your heart and you're becoming too emotionally involved with the situation. You have to start thinking more objectively because your emotions could lead you astray. Also, I just realized this is entirely reversed. Not necessarily a bad thing, but something to note. Time to take a look at the situation using various facts and use your head to create a clearer picture of what's going on. Only then can you decide what your next move should be. Really? I know what that means, you know. I am from the South. I know what that means. Lord. When reversed, the Queen of Hearts can also be bitter, cold-hearted, or resentful. You may have started to isolate yourself for a number of reasons, and the outside world could be taking this the wrong way. You may have some explaining to do, especially if it's ended up being stressed by your desire for solitude. When it comes to a career thing, the reverse can entertain an overly critical person who uses their words and intellect to create suffering. She can be harsh, sometimes downright cruel with herself. If that's you, you may learn how to communicate better. Can you be honest while caring and protecting another person's feelings? Can you address your concerns about a project without blaming someone? These may benefit you by helping others to digest your idea. Avoid being too negative. Okay, the Lover's reverse can point to an inner and outer conflict that you were dealing with. That's pretty good. Is there a visual difference between reverse and normal cards? No, it is the same card, it's just reverse. It means that the meaning is different. The disharmony can make your life difficult and could be putting pressure on your relationships. You should take time to think about what you're punishing yourself for and if you can fix them or let them go. At this time, you can also think about your personal values and belief system to make sure they're aligned with what you want from life. A break in communication can be another possible interpretation. The foundations of your relationships may be cut off, creating an imbalance between you, your partners, or your loved ones. The unity normally presents itself within the card has become lopsided. The Lover's reverse can also indicate you've been avoiding responsibility for your actions. You could have made a decision that was based on the desire for immediate gratification and are now blaming others for the consequences that are catching up to you. So you may need to make amends or let go of the past or make better decisions in the future. So, yeah, I would say that's pretty spot on. You're having some conflicts between what you're doing right now, you know, because you're saying that you want to like take in the future, and you know, because you said that I think that you said, yeah, you've delayed working on your goal, which has potentially made you feel disharmony because you're not sort of taking forward to a path. You don't need to read the cards directly because especially with reverse, the Lover's reverse is a card that symbolizes disharmony, imbalance, conflict, indecision. So the problem is that you're not able to take a forward. You're not able to move forward toward what you're looking for. I would really, so yeah. Your past says that you're a bit bitter, spiteful, pessimistic, as in you don't know if you're going to be able to. So in the past, it says that you were pessimistic about your goal, and now it says that you still feel a disharmony because you haven't felt a need, an ability to move forward is the way that I would take it. Which brings us to the last card, which is the future. When the Knight of Pentacles reverse shows, when the King, yes, I'm sorry. Oh, I picked the wrong one. When the reverse, the King of Pentacles falls from his throne. One perspective is the king of a glorious, prosperous kingdom. It is taken away from him or lost. Disconnection from his suit, he may have been impatient or may have been too indulgent, gambled too far or overstretched himself. He may have sought shortcuts that led him to ruin. He may have become too focused on the material, only understanding the cost of things and never their value. The King of Pentacles reversed may signify that your definition of success and happiness is only determined by outer appearances and not the true value that security and stability can bring to you. It is a time for you to cultivate a more holistic attitude to the material world to find happiness. In terms of love, this card can mean that someone dear to you is facing issues concerning his or her own career. When it comes to finances, it is telling you to look at the long-term goal. You may be facing financial issues, but do not look at yourself as a failure. Stay positive and understand this is just a phase in your life. When given the chance again, do not make choices based only on the short-term picture. The King of Pentacles appearance in a reading can indicate some sort of material loss or loss in reputation. Beware that you do not replicate his mistakes. So, the way that I'm reading this, as this card could mean, you know, poor decisions, potentially wasteful energy, is that you feel stagnant, and unfortunately in your stagnation and your disharmony with the fact that you haven't been able to move forward, it's possible that in your haste you may end up making rough decisions. That's the way that I would take it. Sometimes you can't read the cards directly, you have to look at what they symbolize. And so it does seem like you've acknowledged, whether it's nice or I guess joyous to do, you have acknowledged that you feel that you haven't been able to take step forwards with your goal yet. And that's potentially giving you a sense of disharmony about where your future is going. And it also is telling you that you need to be careful about taking the easy route out, taking something that somebody may end up offering you something and you may think, oh, this is an opportunity. You need to be wary about taking the short route, and that you may need to really branch out and really do the work to figure out how to get where you want to go and not take the first opportunity that presents itself at you, because it may not be what you think it is. So I would say that I understand your discontent, especially with the fact you haven't been able to start on your goal, but be wary about taking the easy route out to try and accomplish it. So yeah, because unfortunately that can happen whenever we feel stagnant in something and we can't make our dreams come true. Somebody tends to come down and offer us and say, hey, if you try this, maybe it'll get you what you want. And it's not really. It could be something small, or it could be the wrong thing, but because you're so desperate to change the future, you take the first thing that comes to you. It's warning you against not taking your disharmony too personally, in my opinion. Like, I know you want to do it, dear. I do. And as someone that's tried to get in there, do not just take the first thing that offers to you. Some things can be small. I tend to go at it my own way. Well, I mean, as I said, dear, you don't have to take what I say. You can completely disregard it, but I'm just telling you that, you know, sometimes people tend to just leap at the first opportunity, which may not be what you're looking for, and it may end up actually undercutting what you hope to do. So it's just trying to warn you. You can take as much or as little out of that as you want to. So that's entirely up to you. You may think that this has nothing to do with you, and that's fine. I can give you another reading later if you want one, but I'm just trying to tell you that that's something that's sometimes what's out there. I just need to be patient. It means not to be wasteful. That's what the card's saying, is that, you know, not to be hasty, you know, not to just try and look for, I would say somewhat be patient. It's sort of look for the right moment and not necessarily, like, if someone gives you an opportunity, don't make choices to think, oh, I just need to get a chance to get out there. To not just be hasty, because what you're taking may not be what you're looking for, and it may actually do you a disservice. So yeah, because I can tell you right now that sometimes people approach you and be like, hey, you can totally voice in my game, or, you know, you can take this opportunity, you know, not to just take whatever comes to you, because there can be a number of things, especially in trying to be a VA. You can see a lot of people like advertise their games and they go nowhere, or they don't credit you. So it means to be like, don't just be hasty, do your research. Be careful about what you're signing up for, because you could be disharmony. You could be a bit frustrated about the fact that you've gone nowhere. You may not be reading what's happening the right way. So it's telling you to just not be like, okay, well, I'll take this and I'll just do it for free. It's no big deal. It says right here, it could end up sort of some sort of material loss. You know, there could be people that are like, you know, being like, hey, you know, you can voice in my game for free. It'll bring you exposure. Don't do it. Don't just do something to get exposure. It's not necessarily a good thing. It's not always worth it. Yeah, it can be costly. There may be some that ask you to pay to be in their game. Don't do that either. Don't just try and take it and think that this is going to be my next big break. especially in what you're doing. It's so easy to get wrapped up in places that are like, oh, well, we'll give you exposure, or oh, well, this will be good for you. Yeah, we totally don't. So just be mindful of that way. It's very easy in doing VA work to get like looped in to things because you're thinking, okay, this is my chance. I just need to get one person to look at me. That doesn't mean that you want to just give, because I mean, they could potentially take your voice. You know, I know a number of VAs, especially with the whole thing I've been trying to like push against AI. You don't want to just give your voice to anybody because you don't know what they're going to do with it. So not to be hasty, do your research. Don't just take an opportunity. If it looks too good, it probably isn't good. If it looks too good to be true, it probably isn't. So analyze, yes. Be thoughtful. Do your research. Don't let the fact that you haven't like gotten somewhere mean that you're just going to take anything. So that would be the way that I would read it. Do your research, read what they're offering you, read the contracts, the input, the stuff. The less you know, the more ill-equipped you are. That is my reading of it, dear. Especially as somebody that's dabbled in it briefly. So. Next person! I hope that helps you, dearest. How many days have I done so far? I swear to God, today is a big fucking day, brother. And it isn't nay. It's probably not gonna step on you the way you like. Austrias, it is your turn, my dearest. Are you ready? Fuck. I'll forever take you seriously. I've spent years studying the cards, but never had such a natural gift. Your prediction matched my hopes so completely. I was too close to ask the question. Sure, what is your question, dearest? You guys are adorable. I won't lie, I love whenever I do tarot. I get quite the ego strokes sometimes. I'm struggling a lot to transition from college to workforce. I know I'm capable, but the passion I had has vanished. I'm wondering if I should continue to expand my career path since it's stable from a financial point and see if I can regain the joy I found it. On the other hand, would it be better to search for happiness in something completely else if I don't know what that entails? That is a fantastic question. Ooh, fantastic. That's a great ass fucking question. All right, man. Something I'm eager to see pan out, man. Look at this, chat. These are the kind of questions I love answering. Ones that really feel like they're gonna do something for somebody. The more specific you are with your question, the better that I can answer for you. Well, some people only need a yes or no. They only need one answer. They don't need to know the past or present of it because he already knows how he feels. That's all it's telling you is the past and present on it. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but I appreciate you. Thank you. Really good at helping people. It's a lot to unpack. Sure, can do. Interesting. You'll find out why it's interesting in 1 second. I want to see if I got this correct. Okay. Temperance reversed. Temperance in reverse is a reflection of something that is out of balance and may cause stress and anxiety. The real meaning can be deciphered by using the other cards to identify where this is. It'd be used as a warning if you take a certain path that could lead to turbulence and excess. Lack of plan for long-term vision could also mean the reversal's temperate meaning. This creates a lack of purpose for you, leaving you feeling lopsided as you search here and there for what you could be doing. You must reflect and think carefully about what really needs change. Temperance can remind us that all good things are in moderation and that we must examine which aspects of our lives are where they are breaking the balance. Taking it as a feeling, it can be in relation to how someone feels about you, in a sense of disharmony. Okay, in terms of your own feelings, this card can reflect a similar struggle in yourself. You may be grappling with an inner turmoil or uncertainty about what you want. There is a chance that you're feeling disconnected from your own needs and desires, leading to confusion about how to lead forward. It is essential now to take time for self-reflection and seek balance before making any decisions regarding this emotional landscape. As an action, with Temperance in reverse, it is time to take a hard look at your life's balance and harmony. It may be time to confront areas out of sync, whether it's relationships, work, or personal habit. Focus on integrating different aspects of your life rather than letting them clash. Take action by setting boundaries with others, prioritizing self-care, and exploring new hobbies that bring joy. Embrace a mind shift set. Instead of seeking external validation, cultivate inner peace through mindful practices. This is the moment to realign with what truly nourishes your spirit. Oh, it can mean imbalance, excess, discordness, relentlessness, hasty. So, which I think is pretty spot on for what you feel. Temperance understands the need and wants of mankind. It is in these desires that gives you their intrinsic qualities. She asks only for moderation and control of these desires, taking care that their pursuit does not bring them to turmoil on one another. So, I understand. If you want me to read this as like a career card, I can do that. It says helpfulness and patience may help you find the right tools for your career goals. You are likely to find what you desire when it comes to your work, but it may come slowly and quietly as you put in the work every day. Your dedication and ability to navigate emotionally charged situations can help you unnoticed by your peers. So maybe feel feeling conflicted, struggling to find a middle ground between what you're doing and what you feel the need to do. You are suffering from a lack of balance. Do you go all in when it comes to your work? So much that other aspects of your life suffer. Are you always pulling all-nighters, hoping it pays off in the end? Or alternatively, do you find yourself slacking off, building to resentment? While the former can bring you success, this can be damaging in the long term. It is time to correct the imbalance. Ensure when completing projects you aren't rushing through, sacrificing the quality of the work that may be suffering. Well. So, Alibi, thank you for the lurk, honey. Hi, Catherine. Sorry, I was reading when you came in, Sweetie. So I understand that difficulty, you know, when you're not sure if you should take a certain path. The problem is that the only way that you can actually is more accurate than the career one. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I read it anyway, just to give you all the insight you could potentially hope for. The problem is that I think that while you're looking for something to tell you, being reckless in any particular path will not bring you what you hope for, you know? Because you don't seem to feel like you have a lack of purpose, which clearly that's exactly what you said. But also being hasty in your decision can end up making you have the wrong choice. So while it may not be immediately reflective right now, if you want, I'm willing to draw one other card to see if we can find maybe behind that. So, because personally, I think that that's telling you don't be hasty. I understand that you're definitely feeling stunted. I think that that's really difficult. You feel a sense of imbalance and disharmony. And I think clearly that's the truth. And clearly it's weighing on you quite a lot because Temperance is already mirroring what you think, but to quite a bit more. I would say take boundaries, you know, with what you're trying to do. So embrace a mind shift set instead of seeking external validation, cultivating inner peace through mindfulness. So whatever you feel like really is what you need, if you think that it's going to be better achieved by taking something new, I think that would be fine. The only one that can truly tell you what motivates you and gives you reason to get out of bed in the morning. Because remember, like I've said, you don't live to work. You work to live. And if you don't currently feel like it's inspiring you to want to continue, then maybe you should find a new job. Because it's something that you have to stick with. There's no sense in putting time into something that's making you feel such disharmony. Hello, ODST. Hi, sweetie. Yeah. Sometimes you need to confront where your life doesn't feel like it's in rhythm. And that can be hard. That can be really, really hard. But it's something that we have to do. Especially when it can mean, you know, we don't know what path we're going to be on currently. Hi, Sweepy. Sweet. So. Hello, Lord Agent. Hi, sweetheart. I hope that gives you some. At college, progressing through college was disheartening. And it seems like it gave you, was it what, not quite what you thought it would do? Is that the problem? Is that the study of it wasn't quite what you thought it would do? If you don't mind me asking. Sometimes I think that happens, like whenever we end up studying something, it doesn't end up giving us the kind of thing that we're hoping for. Hopelessness and what could be accomplished? Yeah, disharmony, having you a sense of imbalance and disharmony in your emotion. Yeah, I think that this may not be the right thing for you to do, if you want me to take it that way. It says you may be feeling overwhelmed or conflicted, struggling to find a middle ground between what you're doing and where you're going. You're experiencing frustration or impatience because you don't really feel like where things could be accomplished. Maybe you do need to step back. My career expectations were not aligned with reality when I started. And it may be better off for you, dear, if you find something new. I think it's normal to sometimes, because how often do we get like the actual insights? I mean, I've made this joke before, but like in my college, we made the joke that if you got your degree in English, you picked 1 of 3 paths because we offered 3 specializations. If you got it in literature, you were going to be a professor. If you got it in, rhetoric, you were going to go write tech manuals. And then if you got your specialization in creative writing, you got a degree in your imagination. And then us, who were all like creative writing majors, that was our specialization, we'd all laugh and then go, So yeah, sometimes it's hard to get people to be honest with you about where your actual, I didn't end up using my degree. I didn't end up using my degree until I left having a normal job, which is wild. Literally, I ended up getting an admin job out of college. And I did that for like 2-3 years. It was awful. And then I was like, damn, this is not. It wasn't until I became a VTuber that I started using my degree more than ever. So sometimes I still don't use my IT certifications. Brother, that's the shit that happens. So, you gotta, sometimes where you think you're gonna go and where your life ends up taking you or for different things, I can understand where you can feel stuck, and that's a sense of imbalance because you have all these ideals. But the important thing is to not let them beholden you, not let them shackle you, I appreciate the reading. I love you, honey. Admin position, since it has great pay. Hey, there you go. That's deep. There you go. There you go, bro. Maybe that's the universe telling you. Here you go, homie. Maybe that's the universe telling you. There you go, homie. Hell yeah. Who's next? Quite happy for you. I hope that gives you some clarity, dear. Gave me food for thought. That's what I love the most, is when people feel like it's telling them something and it's not just something that they're listening to. Who's next? Do we still have a ton left? Anyone lurking? I don't know if they're back. Savant, are you here? Hello, hello. Hello, Texas Toaster. Hi, sweetie. She laughed. I said event, not Fen. Did you even ask for a reading, Fen? Alright, well, if they're not here, we may have to come back to them. Who's the next person after that? Next one is Misted. Hey, honey, what's up? What are we doing? We're doing tarot card readings. I think it's to give me new perspective, affirmation, my beliefs. So you're just sort of wanting an all, that it sounded like my name. So you're just wanting like an all around sort of where's life going kind of thing. Is that how you're wanting me to interpret the question? Love life specifically. Oh, you want a romantic one? Okay. Well, you didn't say that part. Oh, fuck. Hello. Romantic would make more sense to say. You're fine. I was just like, Lamau. All right, honey. People just make me laugh. I was just like, We have the Page of Wands upright for the past. The Six of Cups upright for the present. And the Queen of Pentacles upright for the future. And it is quite a spread. You have one of each, and they're all upright. I gotta make sure I'm reading my numbers correctly. Because this fucking foil is hard to read sometimes. Okay. The world is brimming with possibilities when the Page of Wands love tarot meeting. If you're single, you're found yourself excited to meet new people, explore new realms when it comes to love and romance. You may also meet someone who embodies this page in your love life. As a person, the Page of Wands represents someone adventurous and lively who falls in love quickly but may also get bored quickly. Perhaps they have an experiencing for new things, and it may be difficult to create a long-term relationship with this person, but a fleeting romance could be rewarding. Couples may also find themselves more willing to try things. You may take classes together or even explore new adventures. So, yeah, basically this card is talking about how in the past you were much more open about meeting new people and kind of excited when it came to love and romance. That's not necessarily to say that you aren't anymore, but at least that's where you have been, as you've been very excited and sort of open and exploratory. So we're now at the Six of Cups. The past comes alive again with the Six of Cups tarot reading. This song may be a revival of the past and the nostalgia that comes with it. You may be exploring happy memories, you may be more appreciative of your partner's sense of familiarity, or an ex may even appear in your life. This card can represent a time of healing after wounds, and comfort may be important to you now. If you or a partner have had a successful period in your life, looking backwards can sometimes bring you together. Beware, however, living in the past, it may nourish your future, but there are lessons to show you what you want in life and what you shouldn't. So it can sometimes mean relieving happy memories, healing after potential trauma. So basically, you're excited and you seem to be in at least a reflective spot in your life. Because the card overall can mean generosity, naiveness, and happiness. It means wanting to return a happier time. So, yeah, that's what the card overall means. In case that helps. In a non-love sense, it can simply mean nostalgia, healing, comfort, sentimentality, familiarity. So, yeah. Currently, you could be seeking a sense of familiarity, a sense of comfort, a sense of healing. And then your future is the Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles is a worldly, practical, generous, hardworking, warm person who has talent for both business as well as a love for comfort and luxury. She enjoys making her home welcoming, always delighted to have guests. Single folks right now would be in a wonderful position to choose a partner that brings something into your life. You likely have high standards and a hope for someone with the same level of dedication, commitment, and ambition if you do. You can certainly to indulge and treat yourself a little. So as an overall, this card can mean abundance, stability, nurturing, and potentially meeting a kind partner. So, yeah. It seems that for the most part, you may have had some things that have kept you back from potentially seeking a partner, but it says that you are in a position to find someone that can add to your life. You may have some moderately higher standards, but that you can still have aspirations. So, I don't see this as a bad thing. It says that currently that your life was you were excited to meet new people. You've had potentially some healing moments where you finally feel like you're in a place to receive a relationship, and that you may have high standards for a relationship, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It means that you yourself also provide stability, abundance, and a sense of nurturing. So you seem to be in a pretty good position to receive relationships. You've done the healing, you understand what you need and what you want out of a relationship, and you seem ready to provide that to someone else. So it doesn't say necessarily that you're going to, but it does say that you're in a healthy position to get a partnership if that is something that you want. You're in a decent place to have that happen. You don't necessarily, you aren't like burdened by things in the past. You've done the healing. You've sought a sense of comfort, healing. I'm by no means perfect. Yeah, but it says that currently the cards say that you may have had things holding you up in the past, you know, but currently you're in a position where you can begin to broaden your horizons. So yeah, if you were wondering if I was giving you a reading that was telling you that you're in a good place, this basically, in my opinion, my interpretation, is that these cards are saying that you may have been aware that there's some things that have held you up from having a relationship. You've done the thing literally to be in a better place, and that if a relationship comes along, you're in a good place. I would go for it. If you presented with the opportunity, you would take it. I should take it. You should take it. So yeah, that's the way I read these cards. They're all good. You've done the healing, you've done the sentimentality, you've done the good things, you know. You've done the work to be in a place to have a relationship, and your life would benefit from one. Even if you have decently high standards, still okay. Yeah, that's the way I would take this. Even if it's not necessarily now, this just says that you, even if you're not necessarily, if you were looking for, like, is my life in a good position to begin that would be your sign. You may have had things that in the past you were like, I'm not sure if I'm in a good position to have a relationship. I don't know if I'm stable enough. Yep. You've done the thinking, you've had that moment, and now you're in a good spot to do so. So, go forth. Who is next? You're so adorable. I never turned her before, like, ever. Aren't they fun, though? They can be quite illuminating. Some people find them very, very insightful. Some people find them a bunch of hogwash, and I say, that's fine. It's entirely up to you. What is your question, Tawny? Hi, Ultimo. Hi, sweetie. Vanilla Stoats comfort. I like tarot. That's nice. I'm glad. I like tarot too. Upcoming month. Okay. As a reminder, if you want a 3-card draw, that only is telling you the past, present, and future. If you want to know how the month is coming, a 1 card would be better, because it's only going to tell you how your life has been, not necessarily where it's going. It's better used for more specific questions, because it can't necessarily provide any illumination about anything. Just as a reminder for people. If you're wanting more like general questions, 1 card is probably better. Because I can't provide anything you may have already known, like, unless you have a specific thing in mind. Because if you're just asking how your year is gonna go, I can tell you as a life question. But yeah, I think people are mildly misunderstanding what the purpose of the question is, because some people get confused by the answers. Would it be okay to ask a question? Yeah, you can join the queue. Fucking shit in these cards, man. How will the month go? Do you mean March, or do you mean the rest of February? Ugh. That hair. Ew, and the mouth. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. Do you mean March or the next 30 days? And you said month, so I want to make sure that I asked this question specifically. Hi, Loon. Hi, Sweepy. Gotta grab food. No worries, Gibby. Yes, I know. I'm asking, are you asking about like the next 30 days? Or are you asking like the next month of March? Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing? All right, sure. Everyone likes the 3 cards, but the problem is that some people are confused by the answers they're getting. And I'm like, well, you may not have asked a very specific question. People tend to ask very general questions. And I'm like, that's not really gonna help you. Unless you're asking about like, I am having a certain problem in my life. How is it going to get better? Where have I been? Then you can ask it. But if you're like, oh, how is the year gonna go? I can give you the past, present, and future, but it doesn't always, yeah. Sure. Oh, we have the King of Cups reversed. Okay. The King of Cups signals when he is at his worst: volatility, emotional manipulation, or moodiness. When the King of Cups falters, his usual ability to handle situations with compassion and wisdom are turned upside down. He is unable to find the balance that he needs to seek his guidance, and while kind to some, may be cold to others. His talent is in navigating the emotions of others to be put to dubious uses, manipulating circumstances to see it fit. The King of Cups suggests that there is a character in your life who is depicted by this card, whether a part of you or someone else. While he is normally very in touch and control with his emotion, he has lately become manipulative and emotionally controlling. His actions will be used for vengeance and vindication. Impulses that he normally has under control may be eventually aimed at some sort of punishment. In the presence of the reverse King of Cups, it reveals a complex emotional landscape. If you're asking how this person feels about you, they may be struggling with their emotions and finding it difficult to express themselves. Their feelings could be clouded by insecurity and emotional instability, leading to them to withdraw rather than engage openly. They may be feeling overwhelmed by their own invulnerabilities and unsure of how to connect with you authentically. If you are drawing this card to reflect on your own feelings, it may suggest you are grappling with emotional confusion and feeling disconnected from your true self. You may sense an imbalance in your emotions, perhaps feeling overly sensitive or even resentful about certain situations. It is essential that you take a step back and explore these feelings deeply. Doing so can explore and help you restore clarity and balance, as well as improve any connections around you. So, as a call to action, you may sense a call to step back from emotional turbulence and regain control over your feelings. This is a call for introspection. Focus on understanding your emotions rather than letting them dictate you. Consider journaling to clarify what exactly is the card again. This is the King of Cups reversed. So it's just saying that there's a potential that you could encounter somebody that doesn't have your best interest in heart, or that something happens to you and you may be having something that controls and like basically impacts your feelings and your ability to connect with others. You need to prioritize healthy boundaries and communicate openly your needs, allowing for space and healing. So yeah. Basically, this card is saying that you may either impact somebody, or you may have something that basically gets you to sort of be in a place of emotional imbalance. There's nothing to say exactly what that could be, but just that something, it could be major, it could be minor. That could be basically impacting you in your future and keeping you from finding a sense of stability. You may become withdrawn, repressed, perhaps even anxious. So, hopefully be back. No worries, honey. Go lay down. Hi, Suvi. Hi, Sweepy. How are you? I see. Yes. So, this could be something very small. You could end up having an issue, maybe a fight with somebody. Basically, something will end up putting you, either somebody that will make you feel this way, that will end up coming into your life, and they're potentially being emotionally, they're affecting your emotions. But yeah, you may have to put boundaries between yourself and this person. So, this card is basically kind of like a good warning. So, yeah, it is the King of Cups reversed. If you'd like to look into it for yourself here, you're welcome to. Stream has been fine. Hello, my lovelies. Having a chill weekend. I'm glad you're having a chill weekend, Loon. Hi, sweetheart. Who is the next person? It's not even the right command. You are adorable, my sweetheart. How are you doing? People are getting some call-outs today on tarot, and it's crazy. I feel bad. I think some people are like, oof. And I'm like, yeah, it sometimes happens. Sometimes it happens. Hello, Goomba. Do you have your question, my dear? You do? What is your question? It's been it's an ongoing person. Oh. Oh. Well, I hope that they don't affect you, dear. You may need to put some boundaries between you and that person. So, I love when it's like, yeah, that person may end up having an issue or having a moment with you sometime in the future. So, you know, sometimes it's important to put boundaries between you and people that are affecting you. You don't want to let someone else's feelings become your feelings, especially when they can't moderate themselves. It's not a good thing. I feel bad for missing stream. Why? You're in like a great place. I don't feel bad. You're in a great place right now. You're in Japan. I wish I was there. Any more on how we ask these things? What do you mean? What is your question on how you ask these things exactly? What do you mean? Like how you ask the question? It depends on what you like. It's just, what do you want to know? Like, are you saying, like, some people have been like, I'm having an issue with somebody. Are they gonna get better? Do I need to cut them off? You know? Or if you're like, I'm just, everything's okay. I'd like to know if things are gonna stay okay in my life, you know? And then if you're like, you know, oh, I'd like a financial, like someone asked earlier, like, oh, I don't know if I need to continue on the same journey, on the same path. Should I pick another thing? And they got the temperance card, which talked about imbalance, which they were like, yeah, I'm definitely feeling an imbalance. I feel like I don't know if I'm making the right choice. And that's important. You know, acknowledge something for what it is, not to deny that feeling. So sometimes the cards are like, they may not have a direct meaning. Sometimes they're like, hey, things that you've been thinking about, that thing that's been plaguing you, don't ignore it. And then sometimes people are like, yeah, I thought I could ignore it. Sorry, you can't. So, okay. Thank you, Derpy. You're so sweet. You're adorable. Thank you, honey. Good Lord. Did I get 3? I went through a breakup. And while we're in the same place, I would like to know where my love life is going. It feels as if I've stalled in that perspective. Should I cash out my Nvidia stock? Thank you so much, sweetheart. I'm probably gonna have to go up to this. The cups card sounds cool. Thank you, sweetie. Make sure you join the Discord. I'd love to see you over there. People are being adorable in the Red app. Okay. I love reading. Adorable. Interesting. Oh, we have the Page of Swords upright for the past. Night to you. We have the 7 of Pentacles reversed for the present. And we have the Moon card for the future. Oh, I love that card. Okay. Okay. Well, you know. I don't want people to like get the wrong idea. Sometimes everybody's like, ooh, and I'm just like, well, I don't want you to get disappointed if it's not what you thought. Okay, we have the Page of Swords. Upright. And you wanted it in a love answer. I will also read if the card is not necessarily very clear, I will also read it as a more general. Okay, for the past, we have the Page of Swords upright. As a person, the Page of Swords love meaning reflects a curious intellectual whose flighty, nervous energy may borderline on being anxious. In relationships, however, they may be scared of emotional confrontations and can likely be avoided if they are faced with them. As an emotional state of quality, the Page of Swords tarot love can signal a relationship who's more cerebral, where lovers are more likely to have heaty discussions but are perhaps a bit more wary of emotional intimacy. One partner can feel like their emotional needs are not being met. Sometimes it is also a signal that small or petty disputes with your partner can turn into bigger conflicts if they are not handled properly. Does that sound like your ex? Does that sound like your ex potentially? Or not even close? I'll wait for you to answer before we go on. That way I can reflect this in mind. Thank you, Miss. You're adorable. We had a big fight. I wanted to have a place together and she didn't. So neat. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Both of you are. Well, at least you're able to admit that. Okay. You may be ready to throw in the towel when the reverse of Pentacles shows up in a love reading. You may have toiled for love and romance, putting in so much effort only to see so little come from it. It can certainly suggest an amount of impatience, when one's certainty cannot force love to magically arise. Some love comes suddenly, others can take time. We can only be patient and hope for the right moment. Whether reversed or upright, the Seven of Pentacles tarot love reading signals slow but steady progress, so much that you may not even notice it. But keep nourishing a love, and one day you will find you have a profound influence on your life. So, basically it's saying that you haven't had any results from love since then, and you can't necessarily force it either. Which, no offense, is kind of par for what you said. Went through a breakup, and now it feels like your love life is stalled. So, I think that's kind of spot on there. My bad. Wow. That's funny. Sorry. I love when the card's like, well, yeah, that's pretty much what you said. Whoopsie. When the moon is in a love reading, it can mean that emotions are complicated at this time. The environment can be full of misunderstandings. Last year was hell. That's about to. I can't seem to move on, but I want to. Oh, actually, that's pretty spot on to what I'm about to read. So hold on to your asshole. It's likely that emotions are complicated at this time. The environment can be one full of misunderstandings, and not everything is as it appears to be. You may need to do some work to get the bottom of things. To be not only to ensure the intentions of others, but also understand your own emotions, desires, and motivations. There may be old attitudes, beliefs, or ideas that are clouding your judgment. Many things in hiding are affecting your unconscious ability to accept love. Are past relationships haunting you? Have you lost faith in love? Do you believe you are unworthy of love? All of these can have profound effects on how we approach relationships. Now is the time to examine them and reveal them for what they truly are. Yeah, it means complicated romance, uncertainty about love or relationships. Marrying a steak. Are you making me one, you bastard? You better be. As feelings. The moon represents a complex emotional landscape. You feel confused and uncertain. You're going through a fog. You may feel intuitive but anxious, sensing deeper truths beneath the surface while wrestling with self-doubt or illusions. Trust your instincts and dive into your feelings. Clarity will emerge from the shadows. The moon is a card that is desperately about intuition. It encourages you to explore the depths of your own feeling and don't be afraid to confront what's in front of you. Only turning away from it and not seeing it for what it is will not help you move forward. If anything, you may also want to seek guidance from a mentor, a therapist, or some other important person in your life who can provide insight into this emotional landscape. Embrace this journey as an opportunity for growth and transformation. For some reason, certain people are getting absolutely slapped on the asshole today. I apologize, but yeah. I mean, that sounds from what you said. You can't seem to move on, but you need to figure out where that feeling is coming from. Not deter yourself from it, not necessarily be concerned by it. Because sometimes when we see the innermost of our heart, we tend to be scared of what we'll find, but that's not going to provide you any sense of clarity. Yeah, I've been seeing a therapist that's trying to help you since it's happened, it's slowly healing you. Yeah, you need to really brace and look at where that feeling is coming from, not pretend or shy away from it. Now I'm scared to ask my romance. I'm sorry! I'm my bad! I'm really sorry! I don't mean people to feel called out, but like, the moon is one of the best cards personally, because it can really tell you that trying to turn away from what you think about yourself will not help you. There's no one that can judge you if you're really trying to tackle and overcome your problems. So, yeah, and since you're seeing a therapist who can provide insight to your emotional landscape, it is a journey for growth and transformation, which you said you have been doing. So as long as you continue doing this, you will no longer be haunted by who you were and where you've been. I love today. Today's been a great time for questions. People getting called out left and right. Do you think they should be allowed to do the face scanning or IDs? Honestly, I think the bigger problem is that at some level, Discord certainly has problems. Didn't expect to tear up on a reading. You can get better, dear. You can. I know that it's difficult, but you can get better. For the Discord thing, I think that unfortunately everyone wants to blame Discord, but to a degree, Discord's probably also just enacting things because they're having pressure from like global governments. The UK did things. Australia wasn't letting certain like minors on certain social media. While it's annoying and while it's definitely not helpful that everybody's being afflicted by this, the bigger problem is that you need to be putting pressure on governments to not make it to where Discord has to do this. I get it's fair to blame Discord, but they're also just trying to comply so that they can continue to operate in certain areas. So I know that it's not fair. I don't think it's necessarily right in the slightest, but I think that it's just a symptom. They're just a cog. They're just the ones providing the service. But the rules that they operate by aren't necessarily up to their control. That's sort of the unfortunate part, is if you want to operate in the public sphere, you're beholden to certain public rules. And those can vary based on the area that you're in. Keeping the information out there, verification. Yeah, I also agree with that. That is definitely a concern and they shouldn't be. But I'm saying the fact that they're asking is my problem in the first place. But they're only doing that because certain governments have told them that they have no choice. Or they're opening themselves up to being sued. So, I definitely don't think they should be holding on to it. But my problem is that if you go back a step further, the problem is the fact that governments are compelling them to do it in the first place. Because they're like, well, we don't want you to have people under a certain age out there doing this or doing that. You need to provide certain safeties. I think the UK passed the law. Don't have to ask for it in countries where it's not law. Okay, well then, yeah. I think it's gonna be difficult though. I'm not sure. I'm not a developer, so. Hi, Celia. I'm not sure of the specifics. I mean, I don't like it, but you have two options. You can withdraw your money, which if you should do, you should always lead with your wallet. If you don't like something, put financial squeeze on a company. That's how you generally get them to comply. You have to give them when it affects their bottom dollar, and the government took that in the worst way possible. Yes. Companies pay big time for it. I'm aware. I know that they had a data leak and they physically kind of be like ignoring it. Hacked, and they should be deleting our IDs and face scan. I don't think they should be collecting it in the first place. And I think that their blasé attitude towards being hacked is definitely concerning, which is all the more reason that you should pull your Discord nitros. Affect their bottom dollar. That's the only thing that gets companies to comply, is when it starts to affect their bottom dollar. So pull your nitros. Remove your money. Do not give them the time of day. So, next question. Where are we on next? I don't like weighing in on things that I don't know a ton about, but I do know that the only thing that compels companies to do anything is by removing money. And once you take away their money, they're more likely to comply. My Discord will lose its boost. Discord, please come back. I'll have you use discount me. No. Yeah. X! Hello, sweetheart. You have your question. Apologies for everybody. I feel. How many more do we have left, Carmine? Because I'm wondering how long this evening is going to go and continue. Hello there, Lucas. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? The card's getting a workout today. Also, Carmine, don't think that you managed to pull out of this, you little bitch. You gotta ask one too, you little shit ass. What's your question? One card. Oh, very nice. Has the path I've been walking on lead to where I wish to end up? Sure. Our card reads free today. They are, but please don't ask for 3 where it will not give you the clarity you're looking for. People keep asking for 3 and then being like, and I'm like, ugh. It takes longer and you may not get the answers that you're hoping for. Card readings are, by the way, chat, thank yourselves, thank each other. Readings are free today because you all earned it through the donathon. Next time they will not be free. Sorry to you broke bitches. Today was earned, next time, Yanni own. I do take tips though. I've been doing this for a while, so I do take tips. How can I know? What's your question? That's pretty much the exact answer is like, do you need to know the past, present? Or just having a general idea help you more? Because it depends. Do you need more information or is it just to like give you a sense of ease? Another question. Do I see the question? 1 second. Yes. Like, is your life going, are you continuing on the path that you need to get to where you hope to be? I think that's a good question. I think it's a very good one that people should ask because sometimes we don't know if we're taking the right thing. But yes, I did see your question. As the path I've been walking led to the path I wish to end up on. I'm saucy. Shut the fuck up.
Greetings.
Oh. Edna there. Hello, Edna. How, honey? How are you? Oh, fuck. Mm. Interesting. Hey. Sorry, my cards fell all over my desk. I've got to cut them. This is the 5th time I've seen this card today! It's starting to make me laugh my ass off. Well, you got the world upright, my dearest. You are the 5th person to have this fucking question. To have this fucking card appear. The world in a tarot deck is a figure dancing at the center. It has one leg crossed over the other and a wand in each hand. It symbolizes balance and movement, the fulfillment of the unity of which that was not static. To encounter the world card means a counter of unity and wholesomeness. It symbolizes the meaning of the inner and outer worlds becoming a single entity. In some traditions, the state is inscribed as enlightenment or nirvana. It is a recognition that the individual self is profoundly linked with all things, and that we all dance and sway to the flow of life on one rhythm. It only do you hear this rhythm, but you participate in it, following the dips and the rises, the joys and the sorrows. The meaning of the world card is fulfillment, achievement, and completion. It shows the efforts you have been putting in place are starting to pay off. It reflects that you have a major milestone and that you've built resilience to withstand challenges. The world may indicate a completion of a long-term goal, project, study, or any other event in your life. It may also mean the birth of a child, marriage, graduation, or any other thing you have set yourself to and accomplished. It shows a desire to give back to the community in various ways. You have commitment to make the world a better place now that you understand all things are connected. As a feeling, it says a sense of accomplishment and emotional fulfillment. This person views you as an essential part of their journey, believing your connection brings them joy and wholesomeness. They cherish the harmony between recognizing the potential for growth and experiences shared. On a personal level, the world indicates that you are feeling deeply satisfied and accomplished. You may sense alignment with your purposeness, ready to embrace new opportunities. Celebrate where you are now while staying open to what lies ahead. This card indicates an optimistic outlook on personal growth and relationships. Well, there you go, dear. Yeah. It seems that what you're doing is the correct one. As an action, drawing the world is an open space to embrace the holistic view of life and actions that promote completionist and wealth fulfillment. It is time to celebrate your achievements while recognizing the interconnectedness of all aspects of your existence. Consider new goals that align with your passions, perhaps exploring creative outlets or engaging in activities that expand your horizons. Reflect on how far you've come and share this journey with others. Mentoring someone can deepen their understanding and yours. Embrace wholeness in every action you take now. Oh, there you go. Apparently, the actions that you're taking are leading you where you hope to be. You, again, are one of the people that is getting a pretty much spot-on answer to, yes, that which you're hoping to accomplish is what's happening. You are getting where you hope to be. Oh, there you go. Another spot-on answer. Didn't know you do tarot streams? I do, yes. They don't come up too often, but I do them like every couple of months. So yeah, the actions that you're taking are leading you where you hope to be, and as long as you keep that in mind.
Ash, please avert thine eyes.
That's what the card says, signifying the inner, the outer.
For good.
Where you are as your mind, and where you are as with your body.
World.
As long as you keep those things in alignment and you continue to hold on to that, you will continue to progress in the way that you hope to. How many people do we have, Carmine? Because at some point we may have to like cut it off, brother. How many more people do we have in the queue? Arjun? Hi, Novi. Hi, sweetheart. How many people on the list, Carmine?
From beyond the fog.
Hey, give me a number of how many people. 11? Alright, I think we're going to like cut off, brother. This is taking like an hour. We may have to like cut it off, my brother in Christ. I'm so sorry. I know people, because unless people are willing to do one card, I can't keep doing this. It's already 6 o'clock. My brother, I was like, I thought we were holding it down and we've only added more. Ah! That aligns with some of my more short-term goals. No. If you're on it, you're fine. Yeah, I was like, it's already 6. I only need a yes or no? Okay, well, that's a little better. I was gonna say, because some people keep asking for 3, so I gotta go through, explain what it means, and it's already 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Probably just unpin the message and just say for the moment you will have to try next time. Sheesh, my brother. If you were on it, you were fine. If you were not on it, well, I'm sorry. Yes. Come back next time. At some point, I gotta cut it off. I should have been more mindful. Oh. Okay, I will see where we are in another half an hour. If I can get through people, then we'll see. All right, Arjun, do you have your question, dear? I know you DM me, but I want to make sure you're here. I just answered this question. Yes, I know, but I need to make sure you're here, you dumbass. I don't want to answer your question and then you'd be like, huh? And I've gone through and maybe on it. We'll see by the end. Wow. How many did I end up doing today? I have to fucking wonder. All right. You want 1 or 3? 1 is usually better if you're wanting to know like how to like improve things, but if you want 3, you can get it. It just may not give you the thing that you're looking for. It'll just tell you the past of your problem, of your relationships with people. So. The most of another stream is like maybe like 8. Lamau, y'all are concerning me. Brother, you're new. What do you mean broke bitches? I've only done 1 tarot stream since meeting some of you fuckers. Jeez, even then I offer 1 card readings to free people. Literally. Literally, people can still do it. Imagine how much worse it's gonna get. Brother, I even did 1 card readings to people. People had to pay for 3 cards. The problem is that everybody wants 3. I want to be nice today. Appreciate it. If we need more, remember, you can DM me. If you want 1 card and you're like, hey, I'm having an issue with something. Can you draw me a card, Nay? I will gladly break out my deck if you're nice about it. If you're just like, hey, I got some issues, answer me. I'll be like, no. But if you're like, hey, Nay, I'm really dealing with some stuff. What if I want a Celtic cross? I don't have enough desk space for this, and I'm not doing it today. So, sorry, dear. I would have to set up specifically to get that. I have to have my other desk here. But I haven't bought it yet. I don't have enough desk space for all that. And that would take way too long. Where's the courteousness for me, you bastards? Joe, you say that, but there's probably some asshole out there that's gonna want it. You say that, but there's 110% that somebody would ask that and be like, hey, that sounds neat, and they do that. And then you'd be like, no, come on, you can do it. They'd heckle the shit out of me. You see my chat, they're a bunch of assholes. Somebody would heckle me because they think it's funny. My chat thinks they're so fucking funny. She's like, yeah, I was like, bitch, this is the first time I've met you. Specialize in that question more. Ooh. That doesn't happen very often. Well. That's interesting. It's rare we get a card that just falls out. And it even reversed itself. Okay, well, you got a rare thing. Sometimes when I'm shuffling the deck, cards will randomly fall out as though the universe is telling you, you gotta pick this one. So, and it even reversed itself. So, where it was originally. Let's see, what was your question? I don't have much I wanna ask. You're fine, you can stand. I don't think I'm good in relationships in general. Okay, well, you got a very interesting card for your question. You got the Lovers, and it is now upright. So, congratulations. The primary meaning within Lovers is harmony, attractiveness, and protection, and perfection in a relationship. The trust and unity that the Lovers gives them confidence, strength, and empowering the other. The bond that they have created is very strong, and it can indicate that two are joined in marriage, other close and intimate relationships. Another meaning behind it is the concept of choice. A choice between things that are opposing and mutually exclusive. This could be a dilemma you need to think about carefully and make the best decision for yourself. A more personal Lovers meaning can be applied to individuals for the development of your own belief system, regardless of what are social norms. Where we see development from the Hierophant, who decrees and passes on knowledge through a standardized system. This is one of the times where you figure out what you're going to stand for and what your philosophy in life will truly be. You must start making up your own mind about what you find important and unimportant in your life. You should be as true to yourself as you can be, so you will be genuine and authentic to the people around you. Oh. Yeah. This card is about balance, unity, and being true to yourself. So if you want relationships to be better, you should be more true to who you are as an actual person. Not necessarily let yourself be dictated by those around you. So if that's something that you've ever been, where it's like you worry about how to conduct yourself around other people, yeah. Choices and balance is what this card can indicate. So yeah, if you are able to be true to who you are, people will find you genuine and authentic, and that will naturally attract you to other people. Oh yeah.
I am thou.
Hi, honey.
Thou art
Hi, Afro. Hi,
Thou
Uncle
hast
Maxie. Hello,
acquired a
sweetheart.
new vow.
So yeah.
My Kamiyoshi who would better me by ruining me lick.
That's fine. But I'm saying if you want to make friends, if you want to build connections to people, the best way that you can do it is by continuing to just be your most authentic self. Not feel like you have to sacrifice yourself or feel like you need to be, you need to start figuring out what is important to you and your life. Because if you can do that and you can be true to yourself, you will start to get the relationships that you're hoping for, whether romantic or otherwise. Because you may, for one reason or another, may feel the need to like hide yourself or diminish parts of yourself. But this is about giving yourself strength and confidence to be the person. Find relationships that feel like they add to you. They don't always have to be romantic. Find friendships that feel like they build you up. They give you something, that there's something worth reflecting on. You know? Not all bonds are talking about relationships. The Lovers may be a card that sort of gives a romantic meaning, but it usually just means finding someone that makes up for your deficits. Friends that do that. Friends that understand you, see your like potential, for lack of a better word, downsides, and they understand and they make up for your deficiencies. Finding people that you can be better with as you meet them. Take things out of other people. Decide what's important to you, what you want to value, what you want to hold on to. And if you can do that, you will make better friendships. You won't have to worry so much about, because I know that you think that you haven't said that you felt good in relationships, but if you're yourself, if you're genuine, people in turn will match that genuineness. Does that help? So. Comes from Jojo, Bolaro, and Cyber. There's tarot in Cyberpunk! Woo! And the fact that that card jumped out means that it's really wanting you to take that on board. When a card jumps out of the deck and I'm trying to shuffle it, that's usually it's trying to tell you, be mindful. You really need to know this. You really need to not worry. So as long as you're keeping those things in mind. Hi, Demon. Hi, sweetie. You should be fine. I understand why it's a thing to worry about, especially when we're all trying to make friendships. We're all trying to find connections. Just stay true to yourself. You got this. The major events of the game. Interesting. That's cool. I did not know that. Does that answer help you at all, sweetness? You can collect a set amount of tarot cards that's scattered around. I definitely do try to do as much as I can, but I think it depends on my environment. As it will, but that's what I'm saying is that, again, the card said decide what's important to you. Decide how you can best be yourself. Decide where you feel like you're being valued and being understood, and invest in those people. And be genuine in your investment. There's also a Venn diagram of Bellagio and Cyberpunk. Interesting. Bellagio isn't... Oh, is it? Is Bellagio just fucking everywhere? All right. Next person. Who we got? Seems interesting that people are getting quite a bit out of this, though. All right. Little, what is your question? Reflect on that more. Actually, really cool, of course. I love you, Catherine. Bye, sweet pea. And you just go, okay. I love you, Catherine. I hope we see you later, sweet pea. All right. Oh, you want it on love? Just a general. Bellagio is everywhere if you look hard enough. That's kind of crazy. I know Bellagio was in Day of the Diver, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm not playing this game. Fuck you. They kept wanting me to play, and I was like, you can't make me. I refuse. Game would not stop raw dogging me. Any other place you'd like me to go? Palazzo comes from us all. It's fun. Maybe if you understand it, the game's confusing. I just want to see a picture. You don't have to be in it. I just want to see some of the pictures you took. I'm excited. That's all I want. I want to see pictures. They keep trying to pull me in and I keep telling them no. Like poker, but a roguelike. I'm not sure how to describe it. Wanted to make chat laugh. I asked for a love reading. Little. Fine. PlayStation game. I bet it fucking was. Oh, well. Okay then, little. You got the Empress reversed. The Empress reversed in a love tarot can represent a partner that is too smothering, controlling, or alternatively unable to express their feelings. The card can signal that one's self-worth may need a boost. Without feeling worthy of being loved, it doesn't matter who you're with, you're going to have difficulties maintaining that relationship. If you're in a relationship, the Empress can mean that you need encouragement to spend quality time together and care for each other. Giving yourself a treat by going into a date or walking and holding hands. These moments bring you closer together. So yeah, it means a lack of self-worth, jealousy, a lack of progress, and love. You know what I know. You're single? Yeah, but read the first part of the card again. Can represent a partner that is too smothering, unable to express their feelings. That one's self-worth may need a boost. Without feeling worthy of being loved, it doesn't matter who you are. You will have difficulties finding a relationship. You know what I know. And I know what this card's telling you. And I know you're pretending you can't hear it. You can't fool me, motherfucker. You tell me too much. I know. Here is too. Look at him. He's trying to ignore it. You know what I know, motherfucker. You know what I know, little. You know what I know. Don't fuck with me right now. You know what I know. Asshole. You're getting the call out. And I know Faye hears it too. Faye also knows it for what it is. Because I know you talk to Faye too, so she also knows. Bastard. Faye knows. Faye knows. She's also probably just like, that's right, Nate. Totally. Brother's trying to move off. He's just like, thanks for the reading. Brother! Faye's also just like, little. Hopeless. Hopeless. I sure am. We know, honey. We know. Man wants to dig his head in the sand and ignore it. All right, who's next? Who's next, chat? Little. Sometimes, my brother. Antara! You have a question, dearest? Antorum! Here! Are you out there? Art thou listening? Yeah, Yeah, well, you can copy it. Hard time picking a question. There's a lot going on. My future set in stone is what I really want. Is what I am what I need to be. Will I be okay when the most important person to me is gone? Trying to avoid personal information and trauma dumping? Sure. That was a hiccup? Yes, I squeak when I hiccup. Go fuck off. I'm playing Ace Combat 7. Well, that sounds like a personal problem, isn't it? Not my fault. I keep telling y'all to be like paying attention. Jeez. I'm trying to keep things tidy and orderly, and people yelling at me. This is crazy. I'm trying to help them, and they're giving me shit. Wild. Yeah, y'all a bunch of bitches. That's fine. Great. Okay, hello. I get you, dear. I'm to my knees in skill issue. Well, if this goes the way I think it's gonna go, you're gonna get a call out even harder, my brother. You have the king of what I'm guessing is wands. I'll have to check the art on this one. One second. Oh, King of Swords. Okay. It's hard to tell what it was in his hand. You have the King of Swords reversed for your past. The Six of Pentacles reversed for the present. And the Fool reversed for your... Oh, to be something interesting. Unfortunately, your entire thing is... Hi, sweetie. Hello, Asset Shop. I know who you are. Hello. How are you? You have the Fool reversed, my dearest, for your future. Reversals don't always mean bad things. They do just sometimes mean things to be mindful of. All right, when you are ready to listen. Okay. The King of Swords in reverse shows tyrannical, abusive, or manipulative habits. It may mean the misuse of one's mental power, drive, and authority. This is an illustration of persuasion and manipulation, so to fulfill selfish desires. The King of Swords reverse may also imply you are showing off a level of intelligence by using big words when discussing ordinary topics. Another interpretation may also be that you are a loose cannon, especially where you are angry with outbursts and impulses. When you draw the King of Reverse, this card carries an invitation to reflect on your own emotional state. You may feel overwhelmed by uncertainty and doubt, questioning your judgment and clarity in this situation. It encourages you to seek inner truth and regain mental balance so you may navigate complex feelings more effectively. That is the past. I had a feeling that was going to be your answer. Was fuck off. The Three of Pentacles reverse indicates that there's a lack of teamwork, showing that people aren't working against each other and undermining a project. There may be too much competition between them. Each person is trying to display superiority. The result is a scarcity of resources. Too many people using their projects partners as comparison. When you're in a team, it's try to ensure to have as much possible camaraderie. You may be constantly bickering. It is hard for projects in the reverse Three of Pentacles to come into completion. You may find you are not listening to others and everyone is working for themselves. Difference in motivations and ambitions builds complications. If you can reach out and give everyone a chance to be heard and considered, perhaps this project has a chance to move forward. When talking about feelings, it suggests that you may be grappling with self-doubt and insecurity regarding your role in the relationship. You might feel as though you are struggling to measure up for fear that your efforts are going unnoticed. This can create an internal struggle as you seek validation while also questioning if the connection is worth pursuing further. It also says that you may need to reassess your collaborative efforts and focus on individual growth. Now may be the time to step back from partnerships or projects that are not yielding positive results, instead channeling your energy into honing your skills and pursuing personal goals. Reflect on past collaborations, identify what went wrong, and learn from those experiences. This is an opportunity for self-discovery, so embrace solitude as a means to clarify your vision and strengthen your foundation for re-engage with others. That is the present. Are you ready for the future? When you land, hi Asset Shop. Thank you for the follow, sweetheart.
Traveler
We follow each other on Twitter.
from
That's very
beyond
sweet.
the
Nice to have
fog.
you here. When you land on the full reverse in your reading, you may generally find this has more negative characteristics being on display. You are literally acting the fool by disregarding the repercussions of your actions. Like the youth depicted in the card, you don't see how dangerous the position you're finding yourself in is. It can show that you are living in the moment and not planning for your future. The reverse fool serves as a more of caution, to be more aware and not to be taken advantage of. This card is to alert you that anything that may sound too good to be true is too good to be true. You may feel the reverse fool reflects your emotions as well, indicating you are grappling with similar feelings of apprehension. You could be wrestling with indecision about moving forward in a relationship, fearing potential risks and consequences. This card encourages you to confront these anxieties and consider what you truly are holding back from experiencing joy and spontaneity in life. When you draw it is a good signal to step back and evaluate your journey. You may be rushing into new experiences without fully considering their implications. Instead, you are focusing on grounding yourself by evaluating your goals and intention. Take a moment to reflect on what truly excites you and whether those align with your values. In practical terms, this could mean journaling about your aspirations, seeking advice from trusted mentors. Embrace a more cautious approach. Consider taking small steps toward change rather than leaping into the unknown without preparation or thought. So, given the way that you asked your question, it seems that if you're being hasty and you're sort of recklessly just jumping forward into something, because you said that is your future, am I needed to be? Will I be okay when the most important person to me is gone? It seems like it's trying to give you a warning that you're having conflicts within yourself, that you're not really like listening to other people around you potentially, that you're being foolhardy, and that you're just sort of diving because you're just so desiring to like have something happen. So yeah, you're sort of not thinking about the consequences. You can't see how dangerous it is just sort of randomly jump without thinking about it. I understand how that may be the thing. So no, to answer your question, the future is not set in stone. But if you tend to just sort of jump without thinking about it, especially when you're a time where you're not necessarily listening to those around you and you're having conflicts within like your personal life, it's not going to help you get where you want to get. You're not gonna, you can't seem to really understand the difference and what you're looking for versus everyone around you. And that if you're not careful, you will end up making some potentially long-lasting decisions that aren't good. So it's more a warning. Nothing is set in stone, but it is telling you that if you're continuing and you don't take heed of what's in front of you, you will potentially repeat some poor choices. If that seems to come true at all, that's for you to decide, but that's what it's saying, is that you're not really collaborating, you're not really partaking with the people around you, you're not listening to each other, you're not listening to yourself, you feel disconnected, unappreciated, you don't feel supported, you just feel frustration and disappointment. You felt like you haven't mattered, and if you're being hasty and not really thinking about what you're doing, you could end up in a deeply unfortunate situation that's not good for you. That can be emotionally, that could be at a like a point in your life. So from what you've talked about, dear, I would just be mindful about like not letting your emotions like cloud your judgment. Really, you know, take warning from the universe. This is a very, in the nice way I can put this, is a very like strong reading, and I don't want you to feel like, you know, it's bad, but it is warning you that, you know, you're just kind of rushing ahead without thinking. You don't really feel like there's anything really giving you purpose to move forward. You feel disconnected from things. You really need to take note from that. That feel like it helps at all? Sometimes I feel bad when I give these kinds of answers, because then I'm like, oops. Yeah, don't shoot the messenger. I'm sorry. Can I get a screenshot? I need to replace my wallpaper of my last tarot reading. I can try to send you a photo if that's what you're asking. Hang on, yeah, I gotta figure out a way to take a picture of these. Nobody's ever asked for a photo. I gotta crop it. Ask me this for 1 second. And thanks. I'm sorry, honey. I apologize. Please don't shoot me. I'm just relaying the universe. Both what I was looking for. Uh-huh. Oh my God. What I needed to hear. The important thing, dear, is to know that we as human beings are never beyond redemption. And that sometimes it's just good to take note from the universe when they're trying to give you okay. All right, I saved that on my phone. Hi, Kiara. Hi, sweetie. Hi, Kiara. Comes from a place that's best interest. Yeah. Can be, yeah, exactly. It can be very brutally honest, and sometimes I feel bad because some people are like, oh, that's not what I want to hear. And the sad part is, like, some people hear what I'm saying and then try to take their own interpretation. So I just smile and nod, and I'm like, okay, if that's what you want to take from this, that's fine. But, you know, that's where it tends to be a bit disheartening, because I'm just like, if you want to take it that way, that's fine. That's not what it means, but, you know, that's to each their own. Power to you. So, do you have your question? I feel bad because I'm just like, everybody's like, okay, well, that seems like a good thing. And I'm like, no, not really. But if you want, and they're like, no, I understand. And I'm like, I don't think you do. But you know what? If that gives you peace and comfort, you do you. You do you, boo. I feel bad because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. My message is too long. No. Also, anyone that's here, feel free to join the Discord. I feel bad for some people because I'm just like, yeah, really awesome. Fuck. Message too long. That's crazy. How long is your message? Sheesh. What's the max fucking fucking characters you can put on a message. Holy shit. DMs are okay? Yeah, honey, you can DM me. You've DM'd me before, Ventorm. Really sorry. How big is your message? What the frick? Brother! Damn, you look crazy. I'm in a state of constant feelings of worrying and guilt with a situation that happened with me and most of my close family. Some stuff happened over Christmas and has resulted in a not so ideal spot with them. I've come to find out some very hard information related to them. I'm unsure how to respond to it. I don't want to lose the only place I've known in my life. Okay. I think 2 cards. 2 cards is very rare. I don't usually encourage 2 cards, but for certain, then I will agree with you, dearest. I hope I can give you some insight. I'm usually better with people I know, so since this is so serious, I hope that I can give you some answers that you benefit. We have Temperance reversed. What's the art on this? Make sure I'm reading it correctly. Fuck. And we have the Knight of Wands reversed. Okay. Temperance in reverse is a reflection of something that is out of balance and may be causing stress and anxiety. The real meaning of the Temperance card can be deciphered, and other cards in the spread can identify areas where turbulence is being caused. Temperance in reversal can also be a warning if you take a certain path that would lead to turbulence and excess. Lack of long-term plan or vision may also be the reversal's meaning. This creates a lack of purpose for you, leaving you feel lopsided as to what to, as you search here and there for what you should be doing. You must think and reflect carefully about what needs to change. It reminds us that all good things are in moderation, and we must examine the aspects of our lives that we are breaking balance in. The reverse can correlate to how someone feels about you or points to a sense of imbalance and disharmony in their emotions. They may feel overwhelmed or conflicted, struggling to find a middle ground between their feelings for you and other aspects of life. This can indicate that they are experiencing frustration or impatience, perhaps feeling the connection that lacks the harmony they desire. In terms of your own feelings, this card can reflect a similar struggle within yourself. You may be grappling with inner turmoil and uncertainty about what you want from this relationship. There's a chance you are now feeling disconnected from your own needs and desires, leading to confusion about how to move forward. It is essential now to take the time for self-reflection and seek balance before making any decisions about this emotional landscape. That sounds pretty spot on to what you've said so far. As an action, it's time to take a hard look at your life's balance and harmony. It is time to confront areas where you feel out of sync, whether it's relationship, work, or personal habits. Focus on integrating different aspects of your life rather than letting them clash. Taking action by setting boundaries, prioritizing self-care, routines like meditation and exercise, exploring new hobbies that bring joy. Embrace a mind shift set instead of seeking external validation. Cultivate inner peace through mindfulness practices. This is your moment to realign with what truly nourishes your spirit. And that is into the next card, which is the Knight of Wands reversed. Anywhere you get a reverse of Knight of Wands, it indicates frustration and delays. You may feel angry that you are not getting anywhere. It can translate to a loss of power. It may be that you are trying to compensate for something you don't have total control over. This may lead to pessimism and a loss of self-esteem. The reverse knight suggests a moment to explore the restlessness and uncertainty surrounding this person's feelings for you. They may be overwhelmed or hesitant, struggling to channel their passions into meaningful action. Their emotions can be chaotic, leading to question their own desires and intentions towards you. This indecision may just stem from past experiences that left them wary from pursuing anything deeper. You might sense a call to action to address your own confusion and frustration, as indicated by the Knight of Wands. You might even feel a lack of direction or purpose in this connection, questioning whether it's worth your energy. This card encourages you to take a step back and reflect on what ignites you with your passion before moving forward. The appearance of the Knight of Wands points to a crucial moment for you to reassess your current path. This card indicates a need to slow down, as impulsive actions can lead to burnout or misdirection. Instead of rushing into new ventures, take time to reflect on your goals and motivations. Journaling. Consider journaling about what excites you or exploring creative outlets that allow for deeper self-expression. Engage in conversations with trusted friends who can provide fresh perspectives, helping you clarify your desires. By grounding yourself in thoughtful action rather than reckless enthusiasm, you can find a more fulfilling direction forward. Yeah. Would you like to just stop here, or would you like one more? So, the way I see it is it definitely seems like whatever you're doing is definitely causing, you know, frustrations for you and the potential other parties involved. Thank you for the lurk, honey. Enjoy Reanimal. So, I understand that definitely things like this, because it says right here, running from can be impatience, reflective of unstable relationships. The card can mean lack of self-control, that you're passive, starting to feel overwhelming. Whatever you think is best. Okay, I drew the next card just because, but it's more of the same, which might help you in some ways. Three of Pentacles indicates that there's a lack of teamwork. It shows that people are working against each other and undermining each other. It says it can suggest that you were feeling disconnected, unappreciated, sensing a lack of collaboration or support in your relationship, leading to feelings of frustration and disappointment. These could stem from past experiences where they felt their contributions were overlooked and making them hesitant. When it comes to your own feeling, it may be that you're grappling with self-doubt and insecurity regarding the role in your relationship. You might feel as though you're not measuring up or fear that your efforts are going unnoticed. This may be an internal struggle as you seek validation while also questioning if the connection is worth pursuing further. Basically, this says you should reassess collaborative efforts and focus on your personal individual growth. Identify what needs to be done, potentially putting up boundaries for your own sake, and seeing a means of solitude so that you can clarify your vision and how you want to continue your foundation before re-engaging with it. Basically, the way that I'm reading these cards is that it's definitely that you may need to pull back, because in the end, the best thing that you can prioritize is yourself. I'm not sure what your role is in this. Have you been trying to prioritize others? Oh. I'll try to type it. Let me know whenever you're out of ads. Rip. Mods, tell them to let me know when they're out of ads and I will continue. Unfortunately, my ad thing pops up and then goes away. Ah, fuck. Yeah. Apparently a lot of people are I hope some people are getting some clarity out of this. It makes me feel a little bit bad because a lot of these so far haven't been the most awe-inspiring, but still, I think for some people that they seem to be getting some things that they needed. Brother, I definitely need a drink. I've been forgetting. So yeah, I hope that people feel somewhat unburdened. No offense. A number of people kind of getting a bit tap, tap, tap. Thought my heart melted in my floor and ran. Ha! Bastard said you not sharing, you get nothing. Yeah. Ads are over. All right, dear. I would say that honestly, the best thing in my opinion that the cards are telling you to do is to prioritize yourself. That while I'm not sure where you've been in this relationship, I'm not sure of the specifics, but I would consider prioritizing yourself because someone else's frustration is currently leaking and adding to your own. You need to basically take steps back, maybe put some boundaries and think about where you want to be if this is something that's giving you anything that you need, because it definitely sounds like it's been tumultuous. And yes, I understand that for our families, we can't always, like, we can't replace them. We only get one, but you can still decide where you want to be within that conflict. Just because it's there and just because it's in front of you doesn't necessarily mean that you have to let it affect you. You don't have to let it take hold of you. Use a more in-depth one? Sure. You can DM me about that, dear. But yeah, I would say that that's probably the best thing that I would recommend is just take some step back, put some boundaries in place, because whatever this person is feeling is clearly affecting you and it doesn't need to. And I think that's an inevitability that it's going to affect you. So, but if it's providing this level of like disruption that maybe it's not helping you. Sometimes certain relationships don't help us, or at least it's not helping you now. There's nothing to say what the future could hold, but at least until some sort of resolution. And sometimes they need to come up with their own resolutions. You may want to just step back, because some people, whenever they're in a sense of disarray, they can bring down other people with them. So I'm not sure what happened, but I can tell you that right now that you and them both probably don't deserve the feelings that you're dealing with right now in your own ways. So you may just need to prioritize yourself. Sometimes it's like, you know, when someone's dealing with stuff and it starts to affect you, you can't save someone that's drowning. You have to sometimes just take a step back and be like, I can't drown with you. So that's my best interpretation. So I hope that helps some. It seems like it's quite the situation, and I'm really sorry that you're dealing with that. Also, I meant to say I'm really loving the background music. Very cool. Seems like a lot of people do, Tarot, so that's nice. So I hope that helps. But I wasn't really understanding. I think that it's difficult because you want to think that your family has your best interest, but your best interest is to yourself. It will not get better in this state that it's in. Trying to continue to be this close to someone else can just sort of make things compound. And sometimes you just gotta, like, you have to let people do the work of growth on their own. You can't be beside somebody. Sometimes they have to do that in a place where you aren't immediately affected. And that can be really hard. So, who is next? Who do we have next? Hi, Leo. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? You're welcome, dear. If there's anything else that I can help you with, please feel free to join the Discord. You're welcome to DM me. You can also just join if you'd like to hang out with us. Sometimes I try my best to provide a space that's comforting to other people. That's open. We all listen to each other. We're all doing our best in life. We're all trying to do the best by ourselves, to ourselves. So we're also watching a movie tonight if you'd like to join for any of those reasons. What is your question, Mr. James? And how many do we have left, Carmine? Princess? I personally prefer Queen, but we'll take that. We do, yes. 7 left. I'm never gonna get through these in time for the movie. I'm never gonna eat dinner. Lamo. Yeah, you can see it before they were there. The fucking 4 readings took me 40 minutes. Laval. Oh my god. I'm never gonna get out of this. I'm gonna be stuck doing readings all day. Oh my lord, someone help. I'm gonna end up shooting my own eyeball out. Also, apparently you followed and the bot did not inform me, so thank you for the follow, sweetheart. Oh, we're watching, I think, fuck, what's the movie? Fuck, hang on. Tucker and Dale versus Evil. That movie's funny. I think you should watch. We should have stopped. It's not my fault. I didn't think about it. Fuck. Who's next? Blind myself to the fucking, you know. What is your question, James? You have it ready, dearest? Oh, card reading. I'm gonna be here forever. Never gonna leave. Never gonna leave! Please, people, be courteous! I'm asking you all, like, please take a 1 card, DM me later, we'll do more. I did not realize how popular these were. I'm never gonna leave this fucking channel. Fuck, chat, we're all strapped in here together. At least you got, you know what? It's like the Titanic. If I'm going down, you bastards are going down with me. Woo! Oh, we're not going down. I know, honey. I heard you. I'm just lamenting for my own fucking shit. I'll sink with the ship. Fuck sinking. Join the Discord. That way we can all fucking leave. And I get to see you bitches tomorrow. Make sure if you're not following, fuck, what are you doing with your life? Follow. I've been out here giving free life advice. You bastards. Not the type of stream for intrusive thoughts. Ah, says you. What do you think this entire channel is? It's one long running intrusive thought of mine. Literally, how do you think my quotes came to be? Intrusive thoughts. And I said them, even though I shouldn't have, because, you know, fuck the homies. Who's still left on the list, Carmine? Is there anybody I can bribe to, like, exit post-haste? I'd rather be taking... But you're getting both! You're strapped in and my dick's already up your ass. That's the whole thing we're waiting on. If your card does not... If you do question does not need 3, I beg you to take it down. That way I can get through these. Bitch, I'll bribe you by threatening to take away your fucking mod badge. You wanna play this game? Test me. I'm not in the mood. I'm hungry as fuck. Does anybody have a 1-card draw? I will take those next so we can get them off the fucking list. I don't care if you have a fucking queue. It's okay? No.
Gracious.
If you have a 1-card reading, I will post-haste your ass. I will post-haste your ass.
Thanks for the reading.
So yeah, if anybody in the list needs only 1 card, congrats, you moved to the front of the line. If you're like, man, that's not fair, who the fuck said anything about fairness? I'm blind for a reason. Fuck your fairness. Alright, well then congratulations, everybody's being shrunken down to 1 after this person. You already asked James, I'm gonna do a 3, but everybody else behind you get 1, you don't like it? Postmark that complaint in my butthole. I'm gonna order pizza. Ooh, okay. We have the 9 of Cups reversed. The Three of Pentacles reversed for the present. And the Empress reversed. We have one weak suit and one major arcana. Okay. And you wanted specifically a love reading, correct? Okay. Fuck. With the Nine of Cups reversed in a love tarot reading, you may find that your relationships tick all the boxes, look great on paper, but you still feel as something is missing. Or perhaps you and your partner haven't been as close as you wished. On the other hand, you've been so wrapped up in getting into a relationship, you haven't noticed that it isn't what you need to grow. Sometimes we get into a romance in order to distract us from the inner work that must be done to make us happy. Without doing that inner work, regardless of the wonderful romances that come our way, that dissatisfaction will stay. Won't let me DM you my question? My DMs are open. You should have no problems DMing me. Mine was the one. It was just best left. So, yeah, your past says, give me one second. The past says that you currently felt that relationships are what you needed to grow. And honestly, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I do know that there are some people that tend to be like that. They tend to feel like relationships are what they need to sort of feel better in life, and it doesn't always solve their problems. That's in the past, so that's possible that it's saying that this is no longer affecting you, or it's soon to not affect you anymore. And the Three of Pentacles. Okay, the Three of Pentacles in a love tarot can mean a couple that is struggling to work together practically. While their emotions may be there, they have not translated into effort or action. All love requires work as well as desire. Being together as a couple can often mean that one person is putting in all of the effort to be your partner, your teammate, your collaborator. But how do you split chores? How do you split finances? How do you go about emotional labor? One person in the relationship is putting in all the work while the other one is taking things for granted. Make sure the people in your relationship are playing the role of a good teammate. So it said the conflicts in your practical life, or you're not being a very good teammate in love if you ever have had to try a relationship. That is the present. And for your future, you have the Empress reversed. The Empress reverse can represent a partner who is too smothering, controlling, or alternatively unable to express their feelings. The card may signal that one's self-worth may need a boost. Without feeling worthy of being loved, it doesn't matter who you are with. You may have difficulties maintaining that relationship. If you are in a relationship, it may mean that you need to encourage yourself to spend quality time with each other. Either by having a date, a restaurant, or going to walk and held hands. These moments will bring you closer together. If you pull it in reverse, let's see, it can indicate a sense of disconnection from your own emotions and desires. You may find yourself grappling with issues related to self-worth, creativity, leading to frustration and dissatisfaction. This card encourages you to truly explore what nourishes your spirit and seek ways to reconnect with your inner abundance and joy. As an action, this card tells you that you need to turn inward and reassess what truly matters. You need to reconnect with your inner self. Take time for self-care and reflection. Think about where you want to be in your life. You may need to set boundaries, allowing space for yourself to grow. By fostering a sense of well-being, make a healthier environment for the people that you will continue to meet in the future, thereby giving them room to know you. So, basically it's saying that you may need to do more personal growth, that you may not feel that you're worthy of love, and that may be potentially distracting you from meeting people. Especially considering that we were, you know, where we started off with the Nine of Cups. Because it also says that, you know, you may feel that a romance is what you need to grow. And apparently even now you still feel like you don't have a love, so it may be having you. So your present is a little muddled, but your past and your future are very intrinsically connected. It's like it says, your Knight of Cups was talking about how you feel a relationship is what you need to grow, and that sometimes romance will help you distract you from the inner work you need to do to be happy. And again, the Empress is related to self-worth. So apparently you may not feel that you're worthy of a relationship. You may need to work on that to where you can get to a point where you feel like you're worthy of a relationship. That way you can really provide to someone in the future. You know, being an independent, you know, well-stable person is the kind of person that will naturally attract relationships as long as you do the work that you need to do as a person. Yep, exactly. Wondering things will change. Yeah, and unfortunately that could be potentially putting you off from future relationships, and you can feel, you know, it's making emotional distance between you and potential future partners. So yeah, unable to express your feelings and may feel that your self-worth needed a boost without feeling worthy of love. It doesn't matter who you are, you will have difficulties maintaining any relationship. So until you feel you're worthy of being loved, you're never going to be able to find love. Even if it does present itself to you, you may not be able to take it and be able to cultivate it into a deeply romantic relationship, because they're going to know that, you know, it's not going to fix being able to do the work that you need to do as a person. I feel like you're worthy of love. So honestly, if you feel that as well, I think that that's a pretty apt thing, is that you know that you feel like you're not worthy of love and you feel like things won't change. And until you get to a point where you know that you're someone worth loving, that won't change. And it really sucks, because I think it's a common thing for a lot of people to feel, is that without a relationship, am I worthy of one? But you need to get to a point where you feel that a relationship doesn't define who you are, being in a relationship. So yeah, I think that's a pretty apt one, especially with what you're feeling. I think it's a very common thing for people like that. I had a friend in high school who felt like that. That was like, you know, without a relationship, who am I? Am I unworthy? And it has nothing to do with you being worthy. You need to know that you're a stable person on your own so that you can bring something to a relationship. A relationship will not make you whole. It is simply about better giving in to one another to bring each other up together. And if you feel that you're not good enough, then they can't fix that for you. So if you manage to get to a point where you feel worthy of love, you will naturally attract good love. So. Next person. Please have your question ready. Oh, fuck. I'll take my other record. So yeah. My condolences. My butthole. All right, Worm Knight, you got your question. Hang on, I'm hanging by my toenails. You're welcome, sweetie. I get what you feel. I know that that's a very common thing, but you're probably the fact that, you know, a long one? Okay. And how many cards do you need for this question? A long one. Y'all trying to DM me some novels out here. Whoosh. One. Oh, sure. What's your question? I know. Oh. Yeah, okay. What that past looks like. About to start my new career. I have no plans on moving. Just have no plans. Curious as to what the card says about our certain state of relationship. Oh. Hmm. Also, if you don't mind saying out loud, courting is an adorable term, so I'm completely fine by that. Crowd control was crazy. I can only imagine Elden Ring. I've done Elden Ring crowd control. I've just never done randomizer. So that's where I feel like I'm going to get shafted in the asshole. Courting. Adorable. Save my reading for later. I don't mind. Or next stream. Sure, we can do that. I'm aware. It's going to be ass from my asshole. I also did Baldur's Gate 3 crowd control, and people just kept killing Gale. Literally, I'm not kidding. They just killed Gale. They only killed Gale. Bastards. That's it. That's all they fucking did. They just killed that motherfucker. He existed, and they fucked him. Yeah, exactly. Fuck him. Felt bad for him at one point. Not feeling bad for him. They let him, worse, they had him cast fireball on himself. What was the Gale death count? Didn't you think of that? Yeah. Is that what it was? Damn, what was it? Wizard death, something like that? What was it? Wizard death, fuck, it was something like that. We had like a command where it was just enumerating the amount of times that bastard's been murdered. Okay, well, hi Arjun, sleep well, sweetie. The command is disabled. Damn, that sucks. Well, that doesn't surprise me. We haven't done it in a while. You have the Ace of Cups reversed. So, when the Ace of Cups reversed appeals in the context of some sadness or emotional inset may be signaled by the reversed Ace of Cup love tarot meeting. This may have stemmed from an argument or even a breakup, leaving you to feel alone and vulnerable. It may also feeling that you feel a bit somber about your current relationship, perhaps even having a temporary loss of faith. Something is blocking you from being able to experience, give, and receive true love. You may not be meeting your partner or others in general with an open heart. It is likely that an insecurity is playing a strong role, and we must be able to love ourselves before we love another person. Look inward and give yourself time before seeking in another. As a feeling, when it appears in the context of feelings, it can indicate emotional blockage or confusion. This can indicate emotional emptiness, unfulfilled love, or a lack of connection with your inner emotions. Your inner emotional well-being may be challenged, and you may need to address personal issues in order to find inner peace and fulfillment. Okay, as a matter of an action, a hammer. That is the like main mod icon. That we now have lead mods on Twitch. In terms of action, the reverse Ace of Cups expresses caution in expressing or acting upon your emotions. You may be feeling to take a step back and reflect before making any impulsive decisions, especially if they are based on intense feelings you may be experiencing. Now is a time for healing emotional wounds, resolving conflicts, and nurturing yourself before taking any steps forward. Remember to approach situations with a clear mind. New relationships will require caution and action before moving forward. Avoid rushing into a relationship without knowing how you truly feel or what your personal needs are. Existing relationships are advised to address emotional blockages that may hinder you from becoming closer. A joint effort may be needed to remove your emotional barriers. If you're looking for guidance on ex-lovers, it emphasizes the need to process and let go. You may be too tied to past relationships to have new love. You may need to reassess whether the current path is truly satisfying you or whether change is warranted. Perhaps a shift towards a career that is better aligned with your emotional needs and purpose of affiliate is just as important as financial stability. So, what you asked? Yeah, given what you asked, I don't want to like detail your stuff, but maybe be mindful. I would have the conversation is what I would say, is that you clearly are feeling a certain way. You may need to have the conversation. It doesn't necessarily mean that things have to go end, but currently you are having this question, and it does beget a conversation together, and just sort of figure out where things are going would be the way that I would see it, is that, you know, you don't want to make anything in sort of impulsive decisions, especially considering you seem to be having a genuine, you know, kind of concern. You need to have a clear mind. You may need to sort of resolve the sort of conflict that, you know, you told me is happening. So I don't want to like detail it out loud, but you know that it's something that's bothering you, and it's clearly something that is holding on to you. So you may need to talk about it and figure out if it's something that it's fine if you're committed to it. That's not what the card's saying. The card is just telling you to address it and not just sort of presumptively decide that things are worth continuing as is. You are clearly experiencing some kind of confusion, and you need to address that head on. And ignoring it will not help you come to any sort of resolution. You know what it is. You told me a little. So that would be my advice, is do the hard work of having the hard conversation and you know, express that it is something that you're worried about. Because if you both are fine with it and you don't have any particular plans, then that's fine. But if you want to have your relationship sort of develop, you may need to do the hard work and do what needs to be done, as difficult as it may be. Because your relationship will kind of stagnate if you let your emotional confusion and your discomfort reign the day, as they say. So, you know, sorry. Especially the line, this card may be feeling that you're a bit somber about your current relationship. He's not calling it, but yeah, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I would say here, this card can imply you're feeling a bit somber about your current relationship, or perhaps even having a temporary lack of faith. So, you may not be meeting your partner or others in general with an open heart. So, hi little sand cat. How are you, sweetie? So yeah. Yeah, it may give you some things that are currently you're holding into your current relationship, especially with the fact, yeah. So, because no offense, if you want me to be directly honest, as nice as I can, the fact that you're asking Tarot about this means that it is something that bothers you. And even if you're comfortable with things continuing as they are, you still should talk to them about it. You know? So, because you're talking about, I don't want to like the very last sentence that you said, where it could go, you need to have the hard question. Because if you're asking me to give you enlightenment, you need to have the hard conversation. If you want me to be just very transparently blunt here. Sorry. If it doesn't really bother you, that's fine. But my question would be, if it doesn't bother you, why did you ask me in the face? If you don't mind me being very direct here. All right, you can ignore me, but that's my thought to it. Sorry. Hi, Chaotic Crow. Hi, sweetie. So that's the kind of thing that always gets me, because some people are like, oh, well, I was just asking to know. Sure. People that don't believe in tarot don't usually ask tarot, even if they're just like, well, I don't believe in that. Okay. That's what you want to tell yourself. Don't feel pressure about getting. I was like, I don't want to be mean, but I think that I said it made me nervous. I know, and I just wanted to like be direct here. I think that because you seem happy, but you also have a concern, talk to them about it. And yeah, just talk to them about it. Big difference between not believing. Yes. But I'm saying some people tend to do that, where they're just like, oh, well, I didn't get anything out of this. I didn't believe it. And I'm like, I'm always like, where did you ask me? I'm not saying to you particularly, but I'm saying as a reflection of that, if you are worried about this to a stranger, essentially, you might want to worry about this to the person that it affects, is the best way that I can put it. Even if it's not a huge concern, it is something that clearly went up in your mind. So you may want to talk about it with the person that it involves. You get it? I'm sorry. I feel really bad. When I got yours, I was like, oh, okay. I know how this is gonna go. How it works, no idea. I value the discussion it generates. That's fine. I don't tell people what to believe or not to believe. All I ask is that you don't be an asshole about it. If it's not something that bears any weight to you, then you are welcome to disagree. You're welcome to, I just tell people don't engage. You want to listen? Go for it. For some people, it gives them confusion. Some people, it gives them absolutely nothing. And to that, I say that's fine. Who is next? If we are not done by like 7:30, I will have to cut things off, and I am deeply sorry to say that. But like, I gotta eat, and I think we got the movie at like, what, 8 o'clock? Yeah. So if we are not done in the next, I jump next. I can do just one card. What do I need to do? Do you mind if somebody jumps ahead of you, dear? Or do you also have to go? Somebody's asking, it's not mine, it's your slot, you tell me. So, that's fine? Okay. All right, what is it, Toaster? Be quick with it. For the person that goes behind you, be quick. You guys are just simply swapping spots. Please have your questions ready. Who's just wanting to hear about love, life, and future? So you just want to know in general where your life is going, a little bit of introspective thoughts, essentially. Are you wanting to know about love specifically or as an overall? Because those are two different answers. Love life specifically? Sure. If I do not get to your reading today, I apologize, but this has gone on a long time. People were much more interested than I thought they'd be. And I did not cut it off early enough. Oopsie, that's my fault. Oh my god! This is such a rare moment! I didn't think it would come up in my first stream! Well, dear, would you like to know what your card is? Hi, Litry! Hi, Sweet V! This is exciting!
I am here, finally.
You, my dearest gentleman, have the death card upright. First time I get to use my own card for this! Woohoo! Let's go! All right. Don't take it as meaning what you think it does. So don't worry. So, a death card and a love tarot. When it comes to love and relationships, it can mean being stuck in an emotional dynamic that is no longer working. If you're already in a relationship, for the relationship to continue, you must embrace change. Sometimes that can go on to indicate the death of the relationship, especially if it hasn't been going well. It's important to remember that all doors closed with the Death Tarot card open another. While death may be difficult to accept in a love tarot reading, transformations for one partner or another may be what is needed to help individuals grow. It is important to remember that the cards are suggestions, and you have the choice to accept and welcome the relationship's transformation or let it go. While initially scary, the transformations of the Death Tarot card can be positive. In less stressful terms, it is the coming of a new era, such as a new relationship or even an engagement in one. If you are not in a relationship, it can instead point to beliefs, attitudes, or behaviors that you're currently shedding to help you develop stronger, healthier relationships. So yes, in this, it can mean changes in relationships, changes in your romantic life, changes in the way that you are approaching life. This is a good card. In upright, death is a card of transformation. It is a card of beginning. It is a very misunderstood card. That is why I have it here, because it literally, people take death literally. It can mean a transformation. Death sometimes is a death to the things that are holding you back. So it could mean that you are shedding bad behaviors, things that make you an unsuitable partner, so that you can become the next stage. It is the death card in a reading is about transformation. So this usually signifies that one phase of your life is ending and you are beginning a new one. So it could mean that a relationship is around the corner because you are shedding the past. We're shedding the negativity that had you. Try their name and that's whack. I know, it's whack. This is one of my favorite cards. So it can mean that you have let go of unhealthy attachments to your life. It is an important part of life. To keep moving forward is one of the greatest lessons that death can teach us. So, yes, genuinely, it is literally telling you that you are shedding things, that there are things in your future becoming, that you are exiting one phase of your life and stepping into another. So, hope that helps. You're welcome. I love this card. As you can tell, it's literally me on it. Literally me on it, brother. God, I was so enough like, finally! I'm so excited! Congrats! My bad, I promise, I'm good. I swear I'm fine, I'm normal. And yeah, I hate those stupid decorations that they put up there. Genuinely, they're stupid as hell. I hate them. They're dumb. They're dumb as fuck. Because it's like, it's so stereotypical, and that's not how the cards are meant to be read at all. That's why it annoyed the shit out of me. I think I went on a rant in the Discord about it, and I was like, I hate this. That's not... They're so stereotypical. That's not what it means. All right, your question, dear. Can you repeat it for me? Yeah, the Zodiac ones are neat. The Tarot ones are just too... What do I need to get out of this slump that I'm in? And if you want to DM me, dear, because you don't feel the answer is, like, at all helpful, that's okay. I can do you one offline tomorrow or something. Because I have to eat soon. But I'm happy to help where I can for people. We have the 8 of Pentacles. Up, reverse. When the 8 of Pentacles signifies something similar to the upright position, the task may be demanding. This says that you need to execute swiftly and great care if you want to be happy and successful with the outcome. In terms of work, the 8 of Pentacles refers to the importance of impressing your employer through diligence, dedication, and intelligence. Never avoid any task or responsibility, as this can damage your reputation. In love, it can reveal that you may or may not have been prepared to handle responsibilities to make your relationship work. With regards to finances, you may be delusional about your current financial state. Perhaps you're relying on pure luck to make it happen. In relation to health, the 8 of Pentacles reversed may be a situation that's worrying you and you have no idea how to fix it. Never be afraid to ask for help from medical professionals or others to help you understand your condition and improve. As it regards to feeling, it suggests that they may be feeling disillusioned or frustrated. They may perceive a lack of effort or commitment from you, leading them to question the value of your connection. This can stem from things that are stagnant or unproductive between you and them, making them hesitate to further invest emotionally. When you draw the reverse of Pentacles and regarding your own feelings, it says that you may have been grappling with self-doubt and dissatisfaction regarding your efforts in any relationship. You may feel overwhelmed by the demands placed on you and are uncertain if you're truly putting forth your best self. This card encourages introspection. Consider what can reignite passion and purpose within yourself and your interactions with others. When you draw it as an action, it signifies a moment of reflection on your current efforts. It's time to reassess your approach and focus on quality over quantity. Consider stepping back from tasks that drain your energy without yielding results. Instead, invest time in honing a skill or pursuing a passion project that may excite you. This could end up making an online course, dedicating weekends to creative endeavors, or even seeking mentorship for guidance. Embrace this change to realign with what matters to you and cultivate mastery in things that inspire growth and satisfaction. I will repeat. You know, hang on, I'll type it. Feels bad. There. Reach the character limit, you bastard. There you go. There. There. I typed it out. I didn't want them to like have any issues. There you go. So, I think considering that you already feel like you're in a slump. God, I gotta stop talking. Ah! I gotta type. Fuck. Damn it! I don't type as fast as I speak. Shit! God damn it! Gripperino. All right. I don't know when they're going to be out of ads because I don't... Fuck, it sucks. I don't know when they're going to be done with ads. But hell, neither can I. I'm just like, shit. My brain runs immediately and intrinsically faster than my fucking ass. And that's what sucks. You goddamn it! Ah! Feels bad. Kind of funny you mentioned online courses. Yeah, it's suffering through them. Yeah, basically what the card is saying is that, you know, you may need to sort of focus on trying to reassess what's good for you, not putting yourself into tasks that drain your energy without yielding results. Really, the way that you can get out of this slump is by focusing on what you feel gives you purpose to take the next step. What makes you get out of bed? I get that we do it partly because we need to go to a job, but what is something that drives your spirit, drives your heart? Focus on that. Don't keep putting energy into relationships or other things that may be doing it. Find something that gives you a reason to keep going. And really invest in that. Because this card is literally trying to tell you that, you know. See, as a basis, let me split the card. Yeah, the card signifies somebody that's just absorbed in what they're doing. That they're trying so hard to concentrate on doing something that they aren't necessarily giving the best version of themselves. So yeah, this card is deeply trying to like indicate about prioritizing the self and not just what you're doing. Trying to focus on that you are the most important thing and not the things that you accomplish. Especially if it doesn't give you any passion or insight or motivation to keep going. To really like invest in the things that matter. Yeah. Everything. Yeah, exactly. You give more to everybody else instead of yourself. You need to prioritize you. You can't just pour into other people. You are the greatest thing that you have. You can't keep giving to other people and expecting things to change. You need to make the concerted effort to prioritize and see value in you. You can't just magically hope things are going to change. That's the problem, is that you're wanting other people to value you the way that you value you. They won't. You have to value yourself. You have to put in that effort, put in that real dedication, because you are someone worth something. And you have to see that. Next question. What do we got next? I will probably end up having to do Sealy off the very one. Myself in an unfavorable situation. Will my income improve? Or will I be stuck in this rut a little longer? I really only need a yes or no answer. Too bad. I'm going to give you a more elongated one. I'm going to give you the actions. Hi, Evil. Hi, sweetie. Things I used to enjoy. Get Jotto. Haven't done much for me. Not ideal, but thank you for the reading. Aww. Maybe there's something new that you can pursue. Is there something that's got your curiosity? Sometimes that's good, you know? Trying to find something that sparks curiosity. And sparks joy. You know? Because I think the problem is that are you doing it because you want to or because you feel obligated? Find things that you do because you want to, not because you feel a sense of obligation towards them. I think that would be the main thing that I would take out of that reading. Is because you're always doing the things because they're expected to. You're doing the task because people think you have to. What is something that you're doing purely because you want to? Oh, interesting. Interesting mechanism. I love when I know and y'all don't. It makes me laugh. Because then I'm just like, and y'all are like, what is it? What is it? Good. That would be a good thing to do. Okay. Star card reversed. When the star card is reversed, it can feel as though everything is turned against you. The challenges that you would normally seem as exciting seem to make you feel as though you cannot overcome them. You've lost faith in something, whether inside yourself or with something you normally find dear. Without hope, without faith, we cannot find motivation to progress towards the challenges that we face. Where in life do you feel hopeless? In what ways do you feel defeated? How do those things affect your actions? A star card asks us to nurture our sense of hope and positive energy to help us propel our actions with joy instead of fear. As a feeling, it can respond to correlations, how you may be grappling with self-doubt and a loss of faith in yourself or situation. You may find it challenging to envision a brighter future or feel disconnected from your aspirations. It is essential that you acknowledge these emotions and seek ways to restore hope within yourself while recognizing that healing is possible through self-reflection and nurturing your inner light. As a guide, as an action, you need to shift your perspective and reconnect with your inner self. It may be time to confront feelings of hopelessness and disillusion, urging you to take hope towards healing and renewal. Focus on nurturing your well-being by engaging with activities that inspire creativity, such as journaling, painting, or drawing. Consider setting aside moments for meditation or quiet reflection to gain clarity about your aspirations. Additionally, reach out to trusted friends or mentors who may guide you to a more optimistic view in life. Embrace this opportunity for personal growth and transformation. Tap, 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 tap. That's a call out. Like, you know exactly. That told you ass what to do. So, there you go. If you'd like to look at it to yourself, dear, to see that I'm not lying, star card reverse. So. Oh, funny, funny, funny. So, yeah. It won't continue forever, but your feeling of doubt and your loss of faith are currently plaguing your situation, and they're not inherently making it better. Drawing is sending there. Oh. You know, it's saying it may find challenging to envision a brighter future or you feel disconnected from your aspirations. You need to acknowledge that you feel like that and find ways to restore your creativity.
Gracious. Passing fine ash thou'st given.
Had to fix that.
Thank you. Very funny. Thank you very much for the $9, sweetie. Oh. Oh. All right. Who is the last person? Because if it's a 3 card, I will not be able to do it. I will have to go to another day. Bye, honey. Aspect is true. I'm aware it is. So enjoy your call out. Okay, Rocky, what's your question? You'll be the last one. I will DM Celia her question because she sent it to me. It's a very long one. I will DM it to her afterwards. Are you still here, Rocky? You're welcome, honey. I don't think you DM'd me what your question was, so you'll have to DM me now before I forget about it. What do we got? I'm hoping. If not, then we may just end here. Rocky, are you there, dearest? I thought they were typing recently. They may have stopped a while ago. They may have stopped a while ago. Alright, well, they may not be here. So I will probably just answer them the next time. I do not see them responding. So, well, that will be it then. If they come back before I manage to wrap up, I'll throw it in there. Busy if you say my reading remaining. Ah, okay, there we go. That's what it is. They are driving. All right. Thank you all. I hope that you all have enjoyed this. If you all felt called out, maybe examine why that is. Tarot is not meant to like call you out. It is simply meant to provide a sense of enlightenment. If you have a question, if you need an answer, if you did not get answered today, you are welcome to DM me. But as a point of reference, I do these. I try to do them pretty about, like I said, once a quarter. So I understand that people have a lot of questions, and I am still doing my best to do them as often as I can. Where the fuck were yo ass, Rose? I didn't see you say anything, you dumb bitch. What the fuck? I know fate isn't on my side on a lot of stuff. It can be. Please, if you're not in the Discord, consider joining. We are watching a movie in about half an hour or so. But yeah, I adore all of you. If you're not there, consider joining. It is literally a great place to be. Tomorrow, I am hoping that I have everything set up. But if I don't, we'll figure it out. It was kind of a fun thing. Sure, yeah, for some people it can be a bit more of a light-spirited thing, and I get that. It was by a friend, it was just kind of a fun thing. Then not so enlightening, you know. So, if you were not taken this time, and you really need a question, you are welcome to DM me. But I try to preserve that for like one card draws. Like if you really, some people DM me and are like, hey, I want to know how the week's going. I have a concern about something. Go for it. I'm perfectly fine with those DMs. Otherwise, consider checking out my merch. Remember, today is the 14th, and on March 7th, we are doing the stream/partner anniversary, and I will have more merch out. Or if you are wanting to know what other merch is coming, and you want to hold on until that is out, that is it. I already have a raid target picked up today. It is one of my sweet friends. She's currently playing Stardew Valley. So, yeah. Otherwise, like I said, check me out on YouTube. Let me see where my hours are at. That's a fun question. Let's do that. Let's see where my hours are at. Because you guys have kind of burned through my hours for monetization. So, you know, that's kind of wild. We're at 3,400 hours. So anytime you have the desire to watch the VOD or any of that other stuff, I appreciate you. Please know that it does help a ton if you're able to do that. Consider following me on Twitter. I'm still trying to reach 8K. So I would adore having new people to befriend and talk to and hang out with. Otherwise, I'm going to be living with my friend Kira. Like I said, she's currently doing Stardew Valley. I've never played Stardew Valley, but it's a very popular game, and she seems to be streaming with a friend of hers. So I think that she's quite adorable. I hope that you all have a fantastic day with her. If I see you all tomorrow, I will be doing Elden Ring randomizer with crowd control. Hopefully, as long as nothing fucks up. That's my hope. But otherwise, I hope you all have a fantastic one. I'm gonna go order my dinner so that I am ready in time for the movie. So I hope to see you all there. If not, I hope to see you all next stream. And if none of that, maybe I will catch you on the Red app, on TikTok, or maybe just, you know, maybe our time together will just be a memory, and that's completely okay as well. I hope that you all have found tarot cards enlightening, and I love doing them. I love trying to help people as best I can, and that's a good way to do it. So, I adore all of you. Fuck you, universe. I'm sorry. I hope that you all have a fantastic one. Good night, everybody. Go to the movie. It's fun. It's good for you. Go be social. Love you. Have a good Valentine's Day. I love you. You're not unloved. I love you. Don't give yourself shit. You're worthy of love. I love you. This community, to a degree, loves you. I tolerate you, but still, I love you. My own way. In my own way. Some of you, though, I would drown in a puddle. You know who you are. I love you. Bye.